More than welcome to join us. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 to 2. Completely free and no RSVP.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar. Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jim Browdy, head on the 11 o'clock hour of BPR. We are not at the library. There are thousands of No Kings protests planned around the country for Saturday. Many thousands expected in various protests around Massachusetts. We'll start our Wednesday opening phone and text lines for your thoughts on the protest's impact in this authoritarian moment for the country. What makes a successful protest? Do you have a plan to show up on Saturday? And what's your plan for Sunday and beyond? And is the media missing anything when it comes to how or how much attention these events get?
I'm Marjorie Egan, and as the host of the Culture Show, Jared Bowen, with all things arts and culture. We'll talk about the late, great actor Diane Keaton. Plus, Dorchester's own Donnie Wahlberg's got a new TV show. That's all ahead, 11 o'clock hour at BPR, GBH, and NEPM.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. The federal government shutdown is 2 weeks old. President Trump is continuing to fire federal workers. Unions representing thousands of these workers have sued, and a federal judge in San Francisco will hold a hearing on the matter today. NPR's Andrea Hsu has more.
Unions representing federal employees have asked the court to halt the layoffs already underway and to stop federal agencies from issuing new layoff notices. They argue that the Trump administration has overstepped its authority in telling agencies to carry out the reductions in force, or RIFs, amid the shutdown. The Trump administration argues the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the case, and that such matters ought to be taken to the federal agency set up by Congress to hear challenges to RIFs. Meanwhile, President Trump continues to blame Democrats for the shutdown and says it's an opportunity for him to end, quote, Democrat programs, those he never wanted and will probably never allow back. Andrea Hsu, NPR News.
During the shutdown, House Speaker Mike Johnson has not convened his chamber. The House has already passed a spending bill, and the Senate still cannot agree upon one. But the Speaker also says during the shutdown he will not swear in the newly elected Democratic Congresswoman from Arizona, Adelita Grijalva. She points out she was the winner of a special election 3 weeks ago.
I have not had one word from Speaker Johnson, not one word. We sent a letter. Now our Attorney General is getting involved because this is taxation without representation.
Grijalva supports an effort to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files. When sworn in, Grijalva would be the deciding vote in the House to advance the measure. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that members of the U.S. military will get their expected paychecks today. Bessent says that the Defense Department is shuffling money around to issue these paychecks during the shutdown. Some Texas National Guard troops have been sent home from Chicago. They allegedly failed to meet physical fitness standards. Houston Public Media's Andrew Schneider reports the move comes after an ABC News photo of overweight troops went viral.
The Texas Military Department confirmed on the military news site Task and Purpose that a small group of the 200 National Guard soldiers deployed to Illinois last week had been sent home for not being in compliance with its validation process. The move followed a speech by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon last month to hundreds of military commanders.
If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops.
Last week, the National Guard issued a statement saying all troops had to meet height, weight, and fitness standards. For NPR News, I'm Andrew Schneider in Houston.
This is NPR.
He's Jim Browdy. I'm Marjorie Egan. You are listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. We are not at the Boston Public Library
today. No, this is not
today.
what we're doing. We're actually doing a pledge break. Is what Marjorie meant to say.
Whoops.
She was just trying to fool all of you, and she felt. Now, here's the deal.
Sorry.
To open this thing up, we have one of my favorite things. There's nothing quite like a tote bag. And for $10 a month, or $120 all at once, you get this GBH tote bag. Now, it says on it, public radio is a beacon of the free press. We asked the people in charge if instead they could have the photographs of the fat soldiers who were sent home from Chicago. Unfortunately, they were sent home too late for this printing. So it's a fabulous thing. It's a really high quality. I have tons of, not this one, I have tons of GBH tote bags. They last forever. This one not only has a great slogan on it, Marjorie, but a purple and yellow old-style lantern that pops up against the natural cotton tote.
Okay, I apologize for my confusion here.
You're excused.
888-897-9424 is the number. gbhnews.org is the website where you can give very safely and conveniently. And the tote bag, $10 a month, is a sustaining member, and we like that because we can plan the budget. But you know what? We're grateful for whatever people can give. $5 a month. If you listen to this station all the time, obviously, National Public Radio and Corporation of Public Broadcasting, it's tough. So whatever you can give, 888-897-9424. gbhnews.org.
And you know, I assume, which we'll discuss at some length through Pledge, that everybody, I assume, knows that federal funding was totally eliminated. While it may not mean as much here, it means a lot here, as some of the smaller stations. It has a real impact on our colleagues, and we hope you choose this opportunity to give at 888-897-9424.
Okay, now we are listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are not at the Boston Public Library today. Won't be there Friday either. We're really sorry about that, but we hope to be back there soon. Meanwhile, we are streaming as we do every day at youtube.com/GBH News.
And I think it's appropriate to start today's show to say, who are we and why are we here? This
I was a little
confused.
But I'm often confused.
You righted the ship, I believe, is the expression, in like a second's notice.
No, I think actually you did, Jim.
No, actually, I
righted
the ship.
I don't think that's the right
Whatever
verb,
we did, I did it.
Okay.
In any case, as we hope you already know, this weekend marks another installment in the nationwide protest group No Kings. They've organized peaceful protests against the actions of the Trump administration before, as you know, I think most recently, of course, it was June on Trump's birthday and the military parade day. And now on October 18th, this Saturday, they're planning to do it again. Rallies are scheduled across the country, cities big and small. The lines are open this morning to ask, will you be in attendance? What do you hope to achieve? If you won't be in attendance, why not? And as a one-time, one-off march to the streets every 4 months, enough to stop a megalomaniac with authoritarian tendencies? Or should we be taking pages out of the books? Did you read this? These Gen Z protesters in South Korea, Nepal, now Madagascar, where millions of young people disrupted power grabs in real time and changed the future course of their countries, not to mention the Europeans who go on strike every time a politician even hints at raising the retirement age by 6 minutes or the price of cigarettes by €1. So the number is 877-301-8097. We want to talk about Saturday. We want to talk about the big picture. We want to talk if you believe that one-offs, and they're really important, if one-offs are enough to challenge the policies of Donald Trump.
You know what I noticed in one of these stories about the Gen Z protesters elsewhere in places around the country, that in Indonesia, people are angry about a housing allowance for politicians. And I thought that was very interesting because the United States of America now, the government is shut down over health care. Millions of people losing health care. Of course, you know who's never lost health care because it's part of their deal, is members of Congress. So it is incredible. I often am so amazed what patsies we are. These people are all getting their health care and their salaries and everything else. So they always get health care. Meanwhile, they're taking it away from citizens, and that doesn't outrage people enough to really go bananas.
Well, nothing outrages people enough to go bananas except every few months. And by the way, this is not in any way to belittle the importance of Saturday if you don't believe in the course that Donald Trump and his minions are taking. It's really important. If you share that perspective, we urge you to participate wherever you are. And and rallies big and small. But I guess the question we ask every time is one of these things: is a huge one-day nationwide demonstration enough? I would argue that it's not. And as Marjorie and I both said, there are models in other countries. Israel, by the way.
Israel,
around
constantly.
Netanyahu, around the hostages.
And before
all those
that,
sort
they
of
were
things.
mad at the Supreme Court, remember?
Right,
they were out on the streets
Well, because
all the
Netanyahu
time.
was trying to corrupt.
Now, it's a much smaller geographic country, so you get everybody in one place. It often looks more impressive. We're going to have rallies all around the country on Saturday, but the one back in when was it? The first No Kings, was it last October? I forget when it was.
No,
anyway,
it was June. It was his birthday.
Oh, it was June. That's right. It was in June. Wherever it was. It was so...
Military Parade Day.
Yeah. It was so crowded for people that know Boston. People were on the Boston Common, and you couldn't even walk. You're walking like 3 inches at a time because you were cheek to jowl. And it took people like a half an hour, 40 minutes to walk from there down to Government Center because the crowd was massive. I predict the crowd is going to be much more massive this weekend all over the country. But here is how House Speaker Mike Johnson is portraying these rallies. Here he is speaking to Fox News last week.
They have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts for the event, and it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally because they can't face their rabid base.
I mean, these people, it's like contagious. Trump lies, J.D. Vance lies, the Speaker of the House lies. He's a big Christian, as we know. He's lying all the time. Do you know anybody that's in the pro-Hamas
Yeah,
wing?
Hamas is in the pro-Hamas wing.
Exactly. And a Hate America rally, last time they were complaining that it was a bunch of aging hippies that were out at the protests, but now they've changed their tack. This is
Can
the
I
Hate
be
America.
kinder than I usually am?
Yeah.
He is an odious little creature.
He's an odious creature.
Now, by the way, not only is he a little lapdog for the President of the United States, and that's why he's saying this kind of stuff like a Hate America rally, he's not that dumb to think this is what this is about. Secondly, he's the guy. Did you just hear on the national news? It's now been 3 weeks since that new representative from Arizona was elected. She has not yet been sworn in or even contacted by the Speaker. Why? Because she provides
Epstein.
the 218th vote,
That's right.
which will force the Epstein files to be released by the government. I mean, it is despicable.
Before we get to the calls, 877-301-8970, I had just loved what they're doing out in Portland, Oregon. That's the city that Trump says, is a war zone, basically. People are all dressed up with these inflatable outfits.
Yeah.
So they're dressed up as like frogs and unicorns and mushrooms and SpongeBob and Pokemon and stuff. They're dancing around outside the ice center out there. Apparently a favorite song is Cher's If I Could Turn Back Time. Remember that song?
I do indeed.
They're dancing around to that. And it's making this idea of it being a war-ravaged hell zone into kind of a farce of these dancing animals. I just love the fact that they're doing this. And I was very happy to hear in Chicago that a bunch of Catholics got together. I've been complaining about the church not being strong enough about this. Got marched about 1,000 strong with a bunch of priests and nuns down to the ICE Center to try to give people communion there that were detained, which they have always been allowed to do previously, but they weren't allowed this time. So there was a big stink about that. And then this was incredible. Some people don't get that upset about human beings getting hurt and tear gas and stuff. But they killed a dog in El Paso, a dog that was in the house. Apparently ICE came and broke into this, well, I shouldn't say broke into this house.
What are we talking about exactly? Are we talking about ICE or are we talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about how upset people are about ICE that might lead them to the streets this weekend. They killed this dog for no reason. I mean,
well, they shot a woman also with totally made up
with a made up
kind
story.
of thing. The bottom line is, I don't think we need to make the case that there are enough issues for every single thinking person in the United States to decide they have to have their voices be heard. The question is, are we going to do it in a relentless enough fashion that there'll be an impact? That we've mentioned before, this Erica Chenoweth, who we have unsuccessfully tried to get on the show, by the way, so don't blame us. She's at Harvard, and she's the political scientist that came up with this thing based on her research, that if 3.5% of the population actively participates in protests, that would ensure serious political change. Now, unfortunately, in our country, that's 10 million people.
Well, the other problem with that is that's mostly a research from pre-social media days, and the consensus consensus is we need a little bit more than that now because of the power of social media. But still, I think people taking to the streets en masse is still a big deal. They also in Portland had the naked bike ride. I like that too. Thousands of people.
Did you Google that?
Did I Google it?
To see the photographs?
People weren't really naked.
Yes,
I don't think
Actually,
they were
really naked.
Were they really naked?
I'm not speaking from personal experience.
Jim did a lot
Friends
more
of mine did research. Let's take some calls. 877-301-8097. We are rambling, but our primary focus today, and by the way, I should have mentioned you, tomorrow we're going to have one of the leaders of the No Kings rally join us for a couple of minutes to fill in some blanks about all the details, all the logistics, but it's Saturday. Marlene, you're in New Bedford. Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
So I'm calling because I agree that we need something to really stop what's going on, and I think we need a new political formation. And I would love it if the labor movement would pull like a new party together that would, be able to organize in every state chapters that would make analyses. For example, Jimmy Kimmel, look at how that happened. Are there situations in other places where we could pull that off? But you need a central leadership that's very active, that is going to, basically give direction to all the people who want to do something and don't know what to do.
Marlene, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. 877-301-8097. I don't think we have the time to create a new infrastructure. I think for people who feel democracy is hanging by a thread, I am one of those people. I think we have to make do with what we have, but just do it more effectively and, as I say, more relentlessly.
One of the texters says they have a nickname for Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
What's that?
Pinocchio.
That's not nice. Oh, because of lying. Oh, I thought you meant because he was a little tiny guy, and that wasn't.
I thought it was because of the lying.
Oh, it is
maybe it's because
of
he's a little tiny. Was Pinocchio tiny?
Can I tell you, one of the things I know.
Pinocchio a puppet?
It was a puppet, yes. It was a puppet. Remember the great moment with
that works perfectly.
The great thing. Remember Howard Powell, our colleague, who's one of the brilliant videographers. Yes. He would always say, "You're a puppet. No, you're a puppet." That's a Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump debate. You're a puppet. No, you're a puppet. No, you're a puppet. Yeah. That was pretty highbrow. 877-301-8097. Let's go to Lisa in a car. Hi.
Oh, Pinocchio's the boy? Is the real boy? I thought he was a puppet.
It was. Puppet became a boy, didn't he? Or a boy became a puppet.
Know. I'm confused.
Whatever. Lisa, I'm sorry. Take it away. Hi.
That's quite all right, guys. Long-time listener, long-time sustaining donor as well.
We love that. You're very kind. Thank you.
So I live in Billerica. I have been organizing protests on the Billerica Commons since March. So this Saturday will be about my 6th one.
Good for you.
In the beginning, I got a lot of great feedback from people who, A, wanted to go to a protest but could not get down to Boston.
Mm-hmm.
B, they felt truly like they finally saw people that felt like them. They realized us that feel this way and want to protest. It gave them a voice. But I get the whole, what the heck are we doing afterwards? What's happening on Sunday? One of the good things that's going to be happening at the Boston No Kings protest, they're going to have organizing tables all throughout the Commons of local organizations that people need to know about, join, help in any way. I think a lot of what we're going to have to do in the next 3 years to hunker down is work in your communities. You need to work in your own community, whether it's homelessness, helping out immigrants with Lucy, volunteering with them. These are the things that will fight authoritarianism. We need to dig down and work in our communities.
You have excellent attitude there, Lisa. Thank you for the call, as always. 877-301-8097.
Rick in Truro says they have lobster inflatables for Saturday. And I was reading one of these stories about Oregon. There was this guy, Seth Todd, who was dressed up as a toad, and they pepper sprayed Mr. Toad right through the respiratory hole in his toad suit.
Is that really true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not very nice.
Well...
877-301.
You know what continues
to
amaze me? Well, we don't have to just talk about ICE. We're going to talk to Juliette Kayyem about ICE at noon. I mean, they're not I don't think anybody listening to the show needs to be educated about issues and concerns they should have about the state of democracy and the assault on whether it's ICE, whether it's the attacks on healthcare. I mean, on and on and on down the list. And free speech. I mean, we're going to talk also the absurdity. I know this is purely a distraction, so you shouldn't even mention it, Jim. The fact that Trump yesterday talked about taking the World Cup away from Boston just because he's a petulant little whatever who wanted to say something bad about Michelle Woodward. He couldn't even get that far. We'll talk about what he actually said a little later. Let's go to John in Groveland. I'm rambling too. Hi.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie. I'm calling to disagree with you folks a little bit, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Okay. I think this, and just listening to the beginning of the show, the young people in Europe, no matter how we feel about how the governments in France and England are doing, how did the young people in this country vote in the last election? And I truly believe at this point, the unions. How did union employees vote in the last election?
A lot of them voted for Trump.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone, sincerely, except for those sort of on the left who enjoy these demonstrations, I cannot imagine anyone within the administration who's going to pay any attention whatsoever to seeing the same old people having the same old protests. It's been done.
If it is the same old people, John, but obviously you follow this, you know that the landscape has changed since the November vote, and Donald Trump's popularity, including with some people who voted for him, as you're aware, I assume you're aware of the fact, 77% of the people who'll be affected by the increase in the Obamacare premiums are in red states, which makes it very likely that they overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. You think they're feeling good about him right now when the open enrollment period starts in 2 weeks? I don't think so.
Jim, that's a fair question. And I'm going to tell you what I truly believe, which is it could make some adjustments on the margins. Sure, almost anything can make something adjust at the margins. But if you think that the Republican states in this country are in 2026 going to suddenly say, hey, those people have been right all along. They've been right.
John, with all due respect, what kind of phone call? This is a phone call saying everything is hopeless, so let's just give up and let Trump sink. But I disagree with your whole
premise, John. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam protests that got bigger and bigger and bigger when it moved on beyond the hippies and the yuppies and stuff, and it was the middle-class parents and middle-class people in general who didn't want any more of their children to go die, as John Kerry said, to be the last man to die for a mistake. I think the protests had a lot to do with the end of the Vietnam War. I mean, it wasn't just that, but it was it had something to do with it. I don't buy your protest.
Well, also, John, one last thing. Not many people watched Jimmy Kimmel. There was a huge uprising because people actually believed in free speech. And even if they weren't watching, Ted Cruz being a good example, and he turned it around. And even if you're right, and I'm with Marjorie, I don't think you are, the alternative, the end of your sentence is it's hopeless, give up. I don't think that's the agenda. John, thanks for the call, though. We appreciate your perspective. 877-301-8970 is the number. By the way, the one point he makes is true. If it is the same old,
well,
time and again, obviously that's a problem.
Probably not going to be.
Who?
It's probably a lot of Latinos are not going to go because they might be a little worried about ICE being there. People of color might not go. I think there's a legit, when they're talking about the president is disparaging this thing and saying these are terrible people that are out there, paid protesters and stuff, and Mike Johnson saying this is a Hate America rally. I think there are some people who'll be afraid to go. But I hope that other people who aren't will get out there, including a lot of young people who did, John correctly said, vote. A lot of people voted for Trump. I mean, and we're getting things about unions. No, they didn't all go for Trump. We're not saying that, but a lot of them went for Trump.
You're listening to BPR. Time for a pledge break here on GBH.
So you may have heard that the current administration is not a fan of public radio and public television. So if you like what you hear on the radio, this is the time to give. The situation has changed dramatically. We get about 8% of our funding from the federal government. That doesn't include licensing and stuff. So it's a big hit. Our number is 888 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Now, let me start by being honest here. I counted before I left the house, 412 tote bags at home. I think, or maybe it's 411. I lost count. However, the GBH tote bags are really high quality and good. And this one, I think this is brand new. I don't think we've had this before. It says public radio is a beacon of the free press. And obviously the administration's not crazy about the free press, or any press for that matter. It's got a purple and yellow old-style lantern that pops out against the cotton tote. They're really high quality. They're really sturdy. For $10 a month or $120 all at once, you can get one of these at 888-897-9424. So it's a good gift kind of thing.
You know what you have to remember about tote bags, though, Jim?
I do not. You have to wash them.
You have to wash them. They don't do that well in a washer dryer. That's why you don't want to go around with a dirty tote bag.
That's
you
a very
need a
good
crisp,
point. No, that's a really
new-looking tote bag that looks like well kept and even ironed in some cases, Jim. So that's what we have today. We have a brand new tote bag. As Jim said, it's a gorgeous looking tote bag. Public radio is a beacon of the free press. Mm-hmm. The free press in general, as you just said, is under really assault all across the country. So this is a big deal this time, a bigger deal than I've felt before.
So let me read you a couple of comments that come in. Maybe you can interpret them for me. Colleen from Attleboro and Claire from Essex say almost the exact same thing, and thank you both. Colleen from Attleboro says, I'm giving for actual news and Jim and Marjorie. The point being, we are not actual news. Well, wait a second. She must be friends with Claire in Essex, who says independent journalism and Jim and Marjorie. So that means we're not that either. Is that what they're basically trying to say?
I guess that's what it means.
But they do like us, which is good.
Yes, and Kenneth from Brookline, which is where I live, my wife and I have been longtime supporters because we appreciate the high-quality programs and accurate news reporting. Thank you very much.
No, you didn't finish what he said.
What did he say?
And Jim and Marjorie.
So sustaining membership is a monthly giving plan. By the way, the number again, 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. It's a monthly giving plan, a really easy way to give. You can pick the amount you'd like to give that you can swing, and you can change it if you find it's not the right amount for you. But we appreciate any amount you can give. You can give us $5. That's a big deal. But if you give us $10, then you'll get the brand new tote bag, and you won't have to worry about washing it for quite some time.
Why?
Because it takes a while to get dirty, Jim.
It does, yeah.
888-897 is the number. gbhnews.org is the website. We got the tote bag going now for $10 a month with the new GBH brand new tote bag.
Can I also say, I disagree with you about the washing. I don't want to go into great depth here, but I have had very good washing experience with my tote bags.
Never the same.
No, it depends how you dry them. I assume you dry them incorrectly. I don't want to air that dirty laundry, so to speak. Thank you on the air. 888-897-9424.
Tomorrow night, GBH News hosts the 2025 Worcester mayoral debate. We'll hear from incumbent Mayor Joe Petty, City Councilor Christian King, and Aurora Sarkodie as they address issues like affordable housing, police accountability, and their visions for the city's future. I'm Sam Turkin. Join me for the 2025 Worcester mayoral debate tomorrow night at 7 on GBH 89.7 or the GBH News YouTube channel.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Boston Globe, presenting the Globe Docs Film Festival, premiering new documentary films, bringing together filmmakers, journalists, and guests from around the world. In person and online, October 22nd through 26th. GlobeDocs2025.splashthat.com. And Boston Ski and Tennis, helping families stay active and outdoors this winter, offering a range of winter sport products and services, with locations in Newton and Westboro, or online at bostonskiandtennis.com.
Start your mornings on GBH 89.7. The biggest headlines.
Massachusetts law enforcement officials are supporting a new bill that would regulate cryptocurrency kiosks.
Boston's business news.
A struggling Cambridge biotech is finding some unconventional ways to keep the lights on.
And growing wisdom with meteorologist Dave Epstein.
Out in the Pacific, those waters are exceedingly warm.
GBH's Morning Edition. Weekdays starting at 6 on GBH 89.7.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We're not at the library today. We'll not be there Friday either. We're really sorry. But the good news is at least the phones are working. So 1 out of 2 ain't bad. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're talking about the state of protest in America in advance of Saturday's No King protests across the country. Tomorrow we'll be joined by one of the leaders to fill you in on all the logistics. Meanwhile, we're doing this thing, and there was another one in June from No Kings. The rest of the world collectively, spontaneously just acts. What do you make of our protests, from No Kings to daily quiet resistance to the Trump administration's daily horrors, versus what some of our pro-democracy sisters and brothers are doing around the world? 877-301-8970.
Okay, we are talking about this protest. We were getting pummeled on email by questions about how naked people were at the Portland bike parade.
They were totally
and
naked.
whether Pinocchio was a puppet or a real boy.
Wasn't he both?
I looked it up during the break, and thank goodness AI is right there for
What
us.
is it?
Well, the story is Geppetto carves a wooden puppet, Pinocchio, who comes to life through the magic of a blue fairy with the hope of becoming a real boy. Pinocchio's journey is full of mischief. He gets turned into a donkey at one point, but through acts of bravery and love for Geppetto, especially when they are swallowed by a whale.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
The fairy, the blue fairy that is, ultimately transforms the puppet Pinocchio into a real boy.
Wow.
So there you
And
go.
the reason this came up, if you just tuned in, is because someone compared Mike Johnson, who is a pathological liar. I think that's fair. He's the Speaker of the House and a puppet
president
for Donald Trump, to Pinocchio.
That's right.
And we had no idea what the Pinocchio story was, so Marjorie looked it up. Jamie, you're in Granby, and obviously in Western Mass. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi.
I am calling because I'm on the other spectrum of the last caller, where I have like endless hope.
Good.
Great.
Yeah, I feel like we need to be out there protesting every chance we have. I usually am out there once a week. We have a lot of weekly protests out here in Western Mass.
Great.
And I'm super excited about Saturday. I think that the administration is terrified by what we are going to be doing. It's pretty clear, because last time they didn't give us any attention. This time they're like calling us terrorists. So that tells me that they are afraid
That's
of how
a very
big
good point, by the way. That's a very fine point.
And also, think how much this annoys and even upsets Donald Trump. He is not going to like to see. Last time, this was the military parade day. This was the juxtaposition. But this time,
And
Jamie,
his
I think
birthday.
you're right. It's going to, and his birthday, yeah. It's going to drive him crazy if the streets are taken over all across the country. Even in places like Memphis. Memphis was having, you don't think of Memphis. Memphis is a very deep red state, right? They had
I don't
protests
think
down
Memphis
there
is a deep red town, though. I'm not sure, but I don't think it is.
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
But they
is, yeah.
had big protests in Memphis over ICE. I think that was great.
Hey, Jamie, that was great. Thank you. Brenda texts, I think she speaks for a number of people. Jim, once again, I tuned in, and you're chastising everyone for not doing enough. That's fair. There's nothing more demoralizing. I get you can't protest because of your job,
Yes,
but please
we can.
don't sit in your studio and criticize those of us who are doing, I don't think that's true, Marjorie, who are doing something nearly every day. I have protested every month since January. My 84-year-old mother is planning on attending her third. She never protested in her life until the summer. Just because it's not what you want it to be doesn't mean real effective protest isn't happening all over the country. By the way, Brenda, that's a fair criticism, but with one exception. It's not because it's not what I want it to be. It's because it isn't enough. I hope you would agree, and I hope this is not demoralizing. If it is, my apologies. By the way, I should have said you were listening to BPR. Time for a pledge break, only here on GBH. I hope you realize that, or agree, that a major national protest every 4 months is not going to effectuate change.
But we get some nice messages from listeners that tune in to us a lot. Diane from New York says we need to preserve our right to free speech and responsible journalism. Thank you for all you do. Keep up the great work.
Because you tell it like it is. You left that part out. She said, because you tell it like it is.
Because we tell it like it is. That's right. I mean, this is the time to really worry about free speech and responsible journalism. So we are asking today, since we've taken a big, huge hit from the current administration in our funding, if you can swing it, we would appreciate anything you can give at this time. And today we have a great gift. It is the new GBH tote bag. Here's what it says, Jim. Public radio is a beacon of the free press. Whoops, free press, not pre-press, free
and
press.
There's an image of a beacon.
There's an image of a beacon. It looks a little bit like a lighthouse, don't you think?
No, it looks like a beacon.
So that's the deal. 888
Doesn't say public radio is a beacon of a lighthouse. It says public radio is a beacon of a free press.
Okay.
And
all
that's
right.
whatever.
Fine.
Okay.
888-897-9424. gbhnews.org is the number, the website you can give at very securely.
So let me just say there are a lot of good reasons to give here. The shows and the talent, our colleagues, both on the air and behind the scenes on all the shows here, are extraordinary. Work really hard, do really high quality work. That's one reason. The other good reason is anything that Trump thinks is a bad idea is probably worth giving to. Would you say, isn't that a fairly good criterion?
Well,
if he wants to eliminate something, I can't say in all cases, but if he wants to eliminate something, it's probably
something
worth
that
supporting.
You want. Yeah. Well, think about what's happening to our colleagues in the media. CBS News, 60 Minutes, people have watched it for years, one of the most respected shows on television. It is clinging by a thread to that respectability because they have a new ownership and it's very, very scary.
No, but the reporters have and the producers have not compromised a bit.
Not yet.
It's the bosses who have
exactly,
given in at
but
CBS.
We're afraid of what is coming. So anyway, we have the tote bag for $10 a month, or if that's too much for you, whatever you can give, we really, really appreciate it. We appreciate people listening to us. We appreciate the new people up at NEPM that are listening to us in Western Massachusetts. The number again is 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
$10 a month, $120 all at once. You either get public radio as a beacon of the free press, or Marjorie is printing public radio as a lighthouse of the free press. You can go by her house in Brookline, and she's selling them out of the back of her car.
It's shedding light in either way you want to put it, okay?
It says GBH 89.7 on it, too, so people know what you support. By the way, on a serious note, that is really important. When something is under attack that you care about, like the shows on this station, needless to say, the more you can emblazon yourself with paraphernalia that says, this is my place, this is what I care about, whatever it is. So that's yet another reason why the tote bag's a good deal.
And not to get too, bring the patriotism in here, but freedom of the press, it's sort of a basic tenet of the United States of America, and it is under assault all across the country under this administration.
And
I never thought I'd see this day.
And
never.
Also, there's no indication the Supreme Court's going to repeal the First Amendment this year. Anyway, so what we can.
Right. Move fast.
897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Tomorrow night, GBH News hosts the 2025 Worcester mayoral debate. We'll hear from incumbent Mayor Joe Petty, City Councilor Christian King, and Aurora Sarkodie as they address issues like affordable housing, police accountability, and their visions for the city's future. I'm Sam Turkin. Join me for the 2025 Worcester mayoral debate tomorrow night at 7 on GBH 89.7 or the GBH News YouTube channel.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the DeMoore McKim School of Business at Northeastern University, where MBA and master's degree students can build vital business skills through experience. Learn more at northeastern.edu/business. And the Bach Center, presenting Herbie Hancock, the groundbreaking jazz musician and Grammy Award-winning icon. Herbie Hancock at the Bach Center Wang Theater, Wednesday, October 29th. Tickets at bachcenter.org.
I know it's an odd day, just bear with us. Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. We're not at the library today. We're not at the library Friday. It's a long story, and we're not going to share it with you, but we are really hoping to be back at the library on next week. Aren't we, Marjorie?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad you agree. And we are streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Joined now in Studio 3 by Jared Bowen. Jared is GBH News' executive arts editor, host of The Culture Show, Airs daily here on 89.7 at 2 o'clock. And for our friends in Western Mass, they can get their dose of Jared and Company Saturdays at 7 p.m. on 88.5 NEPM. Hey, Jared, how are you? What are you laughing about?
The chair, the adjusting the chair. It was up, it was down.
Way up there.
My chair was sinking, and now it's all confused.
Yeah,
By the way, we're at the library today and Friday.
Oh, you are? Oh, I'm glad you're saying that. Oh, good.
Oh, good.
So let's say that again. You're going to be at the library today, Wednesday. Is today Wednesday?
Today, Wednesday.
At 2 o'clock and Friday at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay.
So you guys try to figure out why we're not there and they are, and could you call us and explain it to us? Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Jared, you had a chance to interview Anthony Fauci. We all remember him from COVID days. What was it like?
Yeah, so as people might know, I'm the host of the Boston Speakers Series. So it was a full house interview last night with Dr. Fauci. He's very concerned, obviously, about this moment. I think that there are a few things that are very concerning to him. One is the gutting of our public health infrastructure. We noticed last week, or saw last week, that the Trump administration let go a number of people. This is part of the government shutdown and dismissals that have been ongoing. Also, we know what the Secretary Kennedy has been saying about his people there. So this is concerning to Dr. Fauci on a number of fronts. One, that you have a brain drain leaving the institution for people who've been there for a long time. He is well-intentioned as the private sector may be, and as much as they may invest in public health, everything isn't concentrated there in the public sector among different companies as it is at the national level when you have the National Institute of Health, for example. He's also worried about students who are studying public health right now and may want to go into the field, and what incentive do they have to go if this lies ahead for them? Something else he talked about that I thought was very concerning is the measles outbreak and how seriously they're taking that. And this is going to affect children. If we had a measles outbreak, this would take the lives of so many children in this country, not to mention what would happen across the world.
What did he say about RFK Jr.?
He wouldn't mention anybody by name, but I think he often alluded to the problems within the National Institute of Health and other places, CDC right now.
Mrs. RFK Jr., Cheryl Hines, got in a big fight on The View about RFK Jr. How about his security? He was one of the people, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he covered by Biden in his you can't go after him, thank goodness. I was very grateful, actually, that Biden did that. But did he have a lot of security?
Yeah, I don't want to reveal too much about it, but he has a very heavy security presence. It made me wonder who is paying for this, because he has to have this. People are still protesting where he goes. People still have this vitriol for a man whose career, 54 years there, was bound completely in science, and yet he has been politicized, and it continues to follow him.
That's right. Our informed electorate, Jim, is after Dr. Fauci.
So he's fabulous, and the one time we had him on, I have to say I was just totally wowed. And when you spend time on Twitter, which I'm embarrassed to say I do, the violence that is the violent thoughts that are directed to this guy who spent his whole life. Not without a mistake here and there, because the science was evolving, particularly during COVID, is just despicable. And the same people support this charlatan at HHS now, Kennedy. It's disgraceful. But I'm really glad you spent the night with him. Okay, there's no bigger fan. Well, actually, apparently everybody was the biggest fan. Diane Keaton, in my opinion, one of the greatest of all time. And I have to say, the amount of coverage to her life is huge. I didn't realize that she was as appreciated as she is. You want to play a little sound before we start?
Yeah, I do. This is a clip from, I think, what was it called? Baby Boom? Baby Bust?
Baby Boom, yeah.
Baby Boom. This is when she is talking with Sam Shepard, when she basically inherits a baby in her 50s, which is interesting because Diane Keaton herself adopted 2 children in her 50s. But this was from the movie. You will hear her talking right now.
What's that?
That's my next patient.
What do you mean?
I'm a vet.
You're a what?
I'm a veterinarian.
I'm screwing my guts out to a vet? I'm lying on a vet's table telling you about my sex life?
I thought you knew.
Based on what? What? You're wearing a white jacket. You look like a real doctor. You got diplomas and a stethoscope.
Relax. I wasn't going to put you to sleep.
Oh, and what is that supposed to be? Vet humor or something? Look, Dr. Cooper, I think it's highly unethical of you to allow an obviously emotionally unglued woman to sit here and think that you're a real doctor.
That's fabulous. I'd never heard that, and I didn't see that movie. It's great.
It's a riot.
I'm so glad you chose that because when I was watching the coverage this weekend, so many people went back to the same old The Godfather, Something's Gotta Give,
Reds.
Annie Hall, Reds, exactly.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with those movies, but Baby Boom is one of my favorite
hysterical.
Diane Keaton movies. It's hilarious. This high-powered New York businesswoman who suddenly lands with a baby in her arms and has to deal with it in the countryside, and vets who she believes are doctors at the onset. No, I was saying yesterday to Joyce Gilhaywick that when this news
I love
crossed,
Joyce Gilhaywick.
she's so fantastic.
She's so great.
I felt sick to my stomach because it felt such pain to lose Diane
I know.
Keaton. And I think it's interesting how you started this, Jim, by saying that how many people are talking about her because she resonated that widely. I think there was just something about her spirit, her happiness, her optimism, how funny she was, her maverick streak, and how she dressed. She never had a stylist, just so people know. Ralph Lauren said he actually took his cues from Diane Keaton, not the other way around. So I think put that all together, and people just appreciated her. And she had this lengthy career, and it becomes that factor of when your career never really wanes and you're in the public eye for that long, we all grow up alongside her. So she's a member of the family to some degree. And then there's the way she died that we don't really know what happened, and that she had quietly removed herself, so that it was a total shock when it happened.
Total shock. It was really surprising. Remember the Something's Got to Give? She was in with Jack Nicholson, where her daughter is having an affair with Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson is like 70, and the daughter's like 25, and then they end up together, and then they break up and go back. And oh God, that was a great movie too. I just loved her.
Well, she was so great. I think one of the things that I loved about her performances is that she was this often optimist, sometimes daffy, whatever the character was,
daffy,
but always happy and funny. But then in all of her movies, she would always have this breaking point, and I think we just heard it in Baby Boom, where she would just explode, which made the performance even that more operatic and enjoyable.
She wasn't all daffy and funny, though. I mean, that's how we know it. But she did some serious.
No. That's why I said only when those roles called for that.
I think Charlie Rose, who had his problems, as we know, did a great interview with her, which I think you can see online.
Do you know what I watched this morning? I was about to make a recommendation too. Our friend Sheila sent me a wonderful clip. She was on Johnny Carson. And to use what Sheila said in her text, she says, totally charmed him, as she did everybody. And then she stood up and she sang, "You Made Me Love You." And it was such a beautiful rendition. Beautiful voice. It was heartbreakingly
she sang in Annie Hall, remember?
Yeah, I do. Well,
the First Wives Club. Apparently, she really loved. Remember, she got her start on Broadway
as a singer
in Hair. Yeah, as the understudy, then moved her way up. But she always wanted to sing. This was a major part of who she was.
And don't you remember they would give you a $50 bonus if you would appear nude, and she refused to do it.
Is that true?
Yeah.
In Hair? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You know, one last thing I wanted to say. Yesterday, I said to you that I am contemptuous of Woody Allen, even though he used to be my favorite filmmaker, in the spirit of full disclosure, which I've said before. I complimented the piece he wrote about her. I have to say, every friend I have who heard that excoriated me for saying anything good about him. So I'm rethinking that. But the tributes to her she's just spectacular. And I mean, really spectacular.
Did
you ever meet her?
No, I was just about to say that. It's one of my big regrets. I forgot to ask Joyce yesterday if she had, but no, I never had the opportunity. And I know she came through Massachusetts several times because there were several films that were shot here.
Yeah.
But no,
By the way, Annie Hall, my favorite movie of all time, until The Problem, and then it's not just The Problem, until
I've always related to her daffiness because I'm rather daffy myself.
You are rather daffy. That's true.
You do have a Diane Keaton look.
You do,
I
actually.
like to think of myself. That's
you
right.
Do.
Doppelganger.
Yeah. No, there is a little bit of that.
Yeah.
It's the daffiness, Jim.
Okay, fine. Can we discuss? We discussed with you or Trenny or somebody that the MAGA crowd is all up in arms because they have nothing better to do than be upset about Bad Bunny doing the halftime show. And now we have heard that Turning Point USA, which was Charlie Kirk's organization, I guess now his wife's organization, is going to do a halftime alternative. And though they have yet to announce all the stars, which I assume means that Kid Rock will sing for 20 minutes. Is that essentially what it is?
Don't be confused by the poster that went around that Kid Rock, Ted Nugent, with a guest performance by the Measles. No, that was a fake poster that went around, but people began to think,
I forgot about Ted Nugent.
Kid Rock is going to perform. No, so this is in response to the NFL investing in Bad Bunny. Really, they're trying to draw in a huge audience because, as one magazine recently proclaimed, he's basically the most famous American on the planet right now, and probably will be for some time to come because he's just got this magnetism and talent. And so with the announcement of him singing the halftime show, performing at the halftime show, and the lyrics will be in Spanish because that's how he performs. Of course, the MAGA crowd is really upset. Turning Point, as you say, has announced there will be this concert, but they're not saying where it's going to take place, where it'll be broadcast, and who's going to perform. But again, as I keep saying, this is a realization that I've had about all of these incidents, whether it's Jimmy Kimmel or Bad Bunny. Commerce is going to rule at the end of the day. Capitalism and commerce is going to rule at the end of the day. The NFL isn't doing this to be diverse. The NFL is doing this because they know they're going to draw in audiences and they're going to expand the franchise that much more. Jimmy Kimmel is back on the air because people voted with their wallets and they wanted to see it. They canceled Disney Plus when they couldn't see him. And Nexstar and Sinclair realized that if they didn't want to get in a fight with their stations who wanted to carry it because the audiences wanted to carry it, that will happen. So I'll be fascinated to see how this plays out because certainly Turning Point will have an audience for this Bad Bunny alternative counter programming, but it's not going to be the audience that's going to show up for the Super Bowl.
No, I don't think so.
He was pretty good on Saturday Night Live, by the way. I don't know if you say he was pretty good in the skits, actually.
Very clever.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought he did really well. So, Donnie Wahlberg, Dorchester guy, he was in Blue Bloods. It was really a popular show on television. Now he's got this new show. We're going to play a little sound from it, where he plays Detective Danny Regan in Boston Blue, a spinoff, of course, of Blue Bloods. Here he is.
I love Blue Bloods. I fought tooth and nail to keep it on the air, and here's an opportunity to keep this character alive. And suddenly when I started to look at it through that lens, it was like, how do I not do this? Mm-hmm. If all those millions of Blue Bloods fans don't show up and love it, then I know we put our best foot forward.
So what do we know about the show?
So I know a lot because I actually just spoke with him. He's going to be leading the Culture Show tomorrow. Sometimes we pre-tape interviews, so I just talked to him this morning.
Great.
So this is really his shepherding this forward. He's pretty extraordinary when you look at all the things he's done and the fact that New Kids on the Block is still the powerhouse it is, and it is because it's having Las Vegas residencies. They tour in the summer because they have a residency in November and then another one later in the winter. And then Blue Bloods ended, and I think, my speculation, I have no idea, but the networks just don't have a lot of money to spend on scripted shows now. And I think if you have a show that's 14 years running, the salaries get really high. So they said the show is over. Donnie Wahlberg really wanted to reboot it. He was hoping that another network would take it. They didn't. But CBS did come to him and they said, what we'd love to do is take the show to Boston. So now he's in this strange position of being a Boston actor, playing a New York detective who is a fish out of water in Boston. So this is what we will see when it premieres on CBS at 10 o'clock on Friday. But they're carrying a lot of the same formula in that you have clashing cultures and you have detectives in a city, and you also have a big powerhouse family, just like you found in Blue Bloods. In this case, it's his partner, his work partner's family, where there are prosecutors and detectives, a police superintendent. The father, played by Ernie Hudson, is a Baptist pastor, which makes you think that, yes, the Sunday dinners will still happen. If you remember, Blue Bloods closed every episode with the Sunday dinner.
Yeah.
I think maybe Masterpiece took its cues from that because All the Creatures Great and Small often ends with everybody at the dining room table.
That's right.
Which I think was part of the very endearing qualities of that show and Blue Bloods. So all of that will come to the fore in this show. They're mainly shooting it in Toronto, but they did shoot here in Boston, including, I won't say where I live, but they shot in front of my house about 2 months ago. I was so disappointed because
he got invited to, obviously, Jared's house. Go ahead.
I know he did. I left a little note for him, and he came over. He came by that night. So they have shot a lot of exteriors here.
So what are you saying?
I was pointing to one of the texts.
Okay, no.
Some of the lines.
There's nothing like pointing to a text and not reading it on the air. Now, here's a quiz for Marjorie because she just did a bad thing by mentioning a text without reading on the air. So I'm going to do what she doesn't like. Here's a quiz. Okay. Of all of the streaming we've done on the show ever, we've had presidents on, we've had incredibly famous actors on, we had prime ministers on. What was the largest audience we ever had on streaming?
I think it was for Jordan Knight.
Jordan Knight from New Kids on the Block. Obviously, you understand the rest. Here's Jordan Knight when he was on the show in January of 2023 to promote his restaurant Novara. And we put up, which you would do too, Jared, a couple of shirtless photos of him on live stream. Here's the conversation.
Obviously, your goal is to get people in your restaurant. And one of the promotions you did was fabulous, fans. We have a photograph. Here he is at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Now, why did you decide...
It gets hot in the restaurant.
So that's why you decided to take your shirt off, right?
Yeah. With all the, the cooking that's going on.
Exactly.
And that's me rubbing my belly because I just had a great meal. I think salmon piccata was what I ate before.
I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize how huge they were. Not only was our audience like the biggest it's ever been, do you remember the woman was watching from Brazil or such thing?
And Trenny Casey about had a heart attack.
So was his brother, did I read, was his brother in New Kids early on and then he left because he supposedly couldn't sing?
Donnie's brother?
Yeah. Wasn't Mark in New Kids for a short period of time? Do you know?
No, I think...
Oh, I thought he was.
No, as I was joking with the team yesterday, their mother very wisely kept Mark at home doing sit-ups so that he could end up in Times Square in his underwear for the Calvin Klein ad.
That's pretty great.
And that career took off pretty well.
Okay, we're talking to Jared Bowen from The Culture Show, which will be at the library this afternoon and Friday at 2 o'clock, even though we will not be.
Tell us about these Florida highwaymen painters.
I think this is a really interesting story, and you would never see this, I think, at any other museum. I want to be careful about how I say this because I think it's a big leap forward that the Addison Gallery is having right now in this show, making their way, the Florida Highwaymen Painters. This is on through January 4th. As I always love to point out, the Addison Gallery is free. We love that about them. And part of the reason they're free and part of the reason they can do a show like this is because they're on the campus of Phillips Academy, so they are a teaching museum and can experiment. So the Florida Highwaymen refers to a group of African-American artists who are primarily self-taught, and through the 1950s, through the early 1980s, they would paint Florida landscapes. You have to remember, if we're talking about the 1950s, this is very racially segregated Jim Crow Florida. And they would paint prolifically. I think there were something like 200,000 paintings created in this 30-year span. And when they first began painting in the 1950s, they were these fiery landscapes of the blazing sun setting over Florida and a lot of colors and fauna that we're not necessarily familiar with here. And they would sell these paintings going door to door out of cars for $25 a pop. But now people are collecting them. And so this is the first time outside of Florida there's been an exhibition of this kind. And again, they're bright, bright colors. There are palm trees. There's the flame tree, which is a popular motif. And I think some people would question whether this is high art and belongs in a museum. And the Addison's answer is absolutely yes.
You're listening to BPR. Time for a pledge break here on GBH. The rest of you don't go away. I don't think we've...
Boston Public Radio Today was made possible by our listener contributors and local businesses. That support is the only way to keep Boston Public Radio on the radio. Please do your part by giving during our fall membership drive online at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424. I'm Maeve Buckley, and I'm joined by Melissa Jones.
As you probably know, Congress eliminated federal funding for all public media stations, including GBH. GBH is free to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay. Moving forward, the only way for us to survive these funding cuts is with the financial support from the community, local businesses, and our listeners like you. If you're able to give, please do so now. Your financial support is essential on the road ahead. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And we have a goal of just 12 contributions we're looking for in the next few minutes. That's what's needed to stay on track right now here in this hour of Boston Public Radio. Please sign up as a sustaining member or make a one-time gift. GBH's future depends on all of us joining together to make up for the federal funding cuts. Again, just 12 more people to give in the next few minutes. Call 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
And hey, sign up as a sustainer right now at $10 a month, and you can ask for the new GBH tote bag as our thank you gift to you. It's a great new tote. It's a natural cotton. It has a purple and yellow old-style lantern on it with the words, "Public Radio is a beacon of the free press." So you get this bag, you carry around with you and you show that you stand with GBH, you stand with the Free Press, and you're making it possible with your support. $10 a month. Give us a call right now at 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
And at GBH, we don't just deliver the news, we take you on a journey through the news. We explore it, taking time along the way to meet new people and contemplate new ideas. It's one of the reasons public radio is so special, and it's a great reason to give to GBH right now. Call 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
And the best way to give is to become a sustainer by making that monthly contribution right now. $5 a month, $10 a month, or whatever amount works for you. $10 a month will get you that great tote bag. And you know that your support is ongoing because you're always giving as the sustaining member. I'm a sustainer. Join me, won't you? At gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
Don't forget to ask for that tote bag as our thanks for your contribution of just $10 per month as a sustaining member, or a one-time gift of $120 all at once. You can check out an image of what it looks like on our website. That's at gbhnews.org, or you can ask for it when you call 888-897-9424.
Go ahead and give us that call. We're looking forward to hearing from you. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And be one of the 7 people we are looking for to wrap up this hour with success here. Support your Boston Public Radio listening by calling 888-897-9424. Again, that's 888-897-9424, or give online at gbhnews.org.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Boston Philharmonic, opening its 47th season with Brahms at Symphony Hall, featuring Brahms' First Symphony and First Piano Concerto. Sunday, October 19th at 3. Tickets and information at bostonphil.org. And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping you achieve your vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding you from design to completion, with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on hour 2 of BPR, not at the library today. Yesterday, Donald Trump called Boston Mayor Michelle Wu intelligent in a backhand sort of way while he tried to justify pulling next year's World Cup matches from Gillette Stadium in Foxborough for made-up safety reasons. We'll talk about Trump's safety concerns, or rather his latest stab at punishing people who disagree with him, with a real expert on safety and security, Harvard's Juliette Kayyem.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then Massachusetts is witnessing its highest spike ever in religious exemptions for vaccines. We'll talk with GBH's Connecting the Commonwealth editor, Jennifer Moore, plus NEPM's Karen Brown and CAI's Gilda Geist about what's going on and what it means for the health and safety of the rest of us. It's all next, hour number 2, BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Supreme Court is weighing arguments it heard today in a case that challenges the last major provision of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. This provision is intended to ensure minority voters don't get shut out when new congressional districts are being drawn up. Here's NPR's Nina Totenberg.
When the law was passed in 1965, there were just 12 minority House members. Today, there are 134 Black, Hispanic, and Asian American House members. That could change, however, if the court removes the guardrails to redistricting that it endorsed as recently as 2 years ago. Indeed, if the conservative court majority either nullifies the redistricting provision of the law or makes it much more difficult to enforce, Democrats could lose as many as 19 congressional seats, putting control of the House effectively out of reach for the foreseeable future. Nina Totenberg, NPR News, Washington.
About 30,000 nurses and other frontline medical personnel are on strike against Kaiser Permanente, one of the country's largest not-for-profit health networks. Unionized employees in California, Oregon, and Hawaii hit the picket lines yesterday to demand a 25% pay hike. Kaiser Permanente is proposing a 21.5% hike over 4 years. The company says during this week's strike, some elective surgeries and procedures will be rescheduled, but health clinics and hospitals will remain open. Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees freed in the Gaza ceasefire deal this week are sharing details about their treatment while they were held. NPR's Daniel Estrin reports from Tel Aviv.
Israeli medical staff say freed hostages are in better health than expected. One suffered an eye injury. Some said they were starved and shackled. Former hostage Yair Horn saw his brother freed now and thanked President Trump.
Thanks to you, I'm standing here today, and thanks to you, my little brother is finally home.
One family said the Israeli military bombarded close to where their son was held in the final days of the war. In Gaza, journalist Islam Ahmad was detained in Israel for about 10 months. He told NPR he was beaten and lost about 30% of his body weight. Other freed Palestinians showed signs of abuse and malnutrition. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
NPR has obtained a memo in which Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth orders all personnel to watch his recent address to U.S. military leaders from around the globe. During the address, Hegseth lectured highly experienced senior military officials on the warrior ethos. News of the memo comes as Hegseth has attempted to impose a strict new policy on the Pentagon press corps. News outlets, including NPR, have rejected the policy. From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. A former sergeant in the Mass State Police was sentenced to 6 years in prison yesterday for his role in orchestrating a scheme to provide commercial driver's licenses to applicants who hadn't earned them. And all in exchange for material goods like a new driveway, bottles of water, and candy. Court records show that a jury found 60-year-old Gary Cedarquist guilty of 48 counts of a 74-count indictment against him and several co-conspirators. In explaining the 6-year sentence, the judge in the case told Cedarquist his crimes represented very substantial corruption on multiple occasions and that part of what he did is destroy other people's lives around him. Cedarquist also has to pay a $30,000 fine. Controversial video of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem casting blame on Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown will not be playing at Boston's Logan Airport. Jennifer Mehigan, a Massport spokesperson, said in an email, quote, Massport has not received a request to play the video, and besides, there are no video screens at our TSA checkpoints. Several airports around the country have said thanks, but no thanks to airing that video. In sports, exhibition basketball, Celtics host the Raptors tonight at the Garden. Baseball playoffs, the Blue Jays at the Mariners, and the forecast. Overcast today. Low 60s will be the high, partly cloudy, low 40s overnight. Sunny and mid-50s tomorrow. Sunny and low 60s on Saturday and Sunday. It is 61 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. As a fiduciary, Fisher Investments is obligated to act in their client's best interest. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We are not at the Boston Public Library today or Friday. We apologize, but we are streaming as usual at youtube.com/GBH News. Hello again, Jim.
Hey, before I introduce Juliette, I just want to say from the oral arguments this morning, people are saying that not just Kavanaugh, which is to be expected, but the guy you thought was the last great hope, the Chief Justice Roberts, seem to be suggesting that states cannot consider fair racial representation when drawing congressional maps. Essentially, they're on the verge, apparently, of gutting what is left of the Voting Rights Act, and it is it's just an amazing disgrace. But in any case, joined now on Zoom by national security expert Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under Barack Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN's senior national security analyst. Hey there, Juliette. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey,
We're good.
Great,
We're good.
Juliette. Great to see you. So we were talking to our listeners a while ago about the rallies on Saturday, or all across the country, really, the No Kings rally. Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has talked about them as a Hate America, pro-Hamas gathering. So I'm wondering, what's the end game?
Yeah.
Why are they doing this?
Well, it's interesting. They seem really freaked out about it. I don't know if that's, because the numbers are probably likely going to be quite successful in terms of just getting people out in the street. They're peaceful. They have been peaceful. The tone set by the organizers is for peaceful demonstrations, but like the last one, these are going to get a lot of people out in the streets. So what the Republicans are doing is they want to create the instability that is not being created by their opposition. So they are both basically calling everyone who's going to peacefully demonstrate terrorists. I mean, let's just be clear here. That's what they're calling people who are going to go out to protest in hopes that it's that sort of, I'm going to say this directly, I don't need to qualify it, in hopes that creates counter protesters, and then you get the disruption. And the second thing that they're threatening is the president invoking the Insurrection Act under the guise that the people coming out in the street are insurrectionists and trying to create violence and undermine the government, which is, of course, hilarious, because that's all we can do is laugh at this stage that the president who actually did organize an insurrection is claiming that a peaceful protest is an insurrection. So that's what's going on. They are freaking out. I've never seen anything quite like it, that you would just have, it's not the random House members. It is every cabinet secretary. I mean, this is constructed by the White House, the vice president, the president, as well as the Speaker of the House, calling it a pro-Hamas rally.
What are the prospects of ICE making appearances at some of the major locations?
I think you have to anticipate that in all the major cities. We haven't seen any. Obviously, we wouldn't see any deployment schedule, but I think in every blue city you'll see that. But once again, they, as you're seeing in Chicago in particular, they can't manage these numbers of peaceful protesters. There's only so much you can do this isn't like 5 people are showing up and they can stop them from doing it. If you're going to have hundreds of thousands of people show up at these rallies per city, you got to have a lot of ICE agents willing to create violence or mayhem against them. I don't think you have that now. So what you're going to see is, I think, of ICE presence. My hope is that these go peacefully, and I urge everyone who feels that they want to go out to go out. I'm not seeing anything that would suggest that people should be nervous at this stage. If you want to assert your I would say this, whether it was the right or the left, if you want to assert your First Amendment rights, get out on the streets.
Well, you said, I just want to be clear, when you mentioned the Insurrection Act, which Trump continues to threaten to invoke, and the reason it matters for those who are on the periphery of this is people like Trump believe that if he invokes it, it is unreviewable by a court. There are a lot of legal experts who believe that it is reviewable by a court, and I would fall in that same camp. But were you suggesting, I know he threatens to use it around ICE activity in some parts of the country, or sending troops into some part of the country. Were you suggesting he might invoke it for Saturday's rallies as well?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think if you look at the timing, and because I do think that they are more organized on this stuff than not. So you have, just look at the last week. You have, by the end of last week, Speaker Johnson starting this narrative about that this is a pro-Hamas rally. I don't know what triggered that, but my suspicion is that they're seeing the same kind of numbers that we see publicly about how big cities think that these rallies are gonna be. They then continue that on the Sunday shows, almost simultaneously with what Johnson was saying. You see Trump say, I can invoke the Insurrection Act. So I think that those things are aligned. If he does, just to be clear to everyone, the lights don't go out if the president invokes insurrection. It will be challenged. And the president believes that because he doesn't read it, that the Constitution has an on-off switch and all he has to do is say insurrection, it goes off. It is not true. No, even this conservative court will view I believe the Insurrection Act is reviewable. I think there's no question about it. But and also, it's hard to invoke the Insurrection Act if you don't have a target. So I don't even know what it would mean on the streets. Like, I mean, it's just, you're really going to deploy active military in what streets? Like they're like I'm looking outside. So I'm not meaning to make light of it. I am meaning to say, people have to start thinking, people who oppose the militarization of our democracy and what some argue is the plummet into autocracy, chin up and begin to focus on what the counter strategy is, because it matters and it's effective. He has not invoked the Insurrection Act in Chicago. I mean, the pushback in Chicago and other cities is strong. The narrative, the public narrative, is very much against the president. Noam is, as we know, is lying her way through what they're doing. I mean, just flat out lying at this stage. So keep it up if people feel that that's how they want to assert their disapproval of what's going on.
Some listeners criticize us correctly for taking up the clear distractions that Trump puts out there, and we're about to do that. And the reason we're about to do that, even though this is ridiculous, is because it affects, at least what he says, has potential to affect us in this community. Here's Trump at a press conference yesterday when he's asked about Mayor Wu and the FIFA World Cup coming to Foxborough. Here he is.
She is hurting Boston. The answer is yes. If somebody is doing a bad job, and if I feel there's unsafe conditions, I would call Johnny, the head of FIFA, who's phenomenal, and I would say, let's move it to another location. And he would do that. He wouldn't love to do it, but he'd do it. Very easily he'd do it. And this is the right time to do it.
A couple of things about this, I assume people know this, is homicide rate in 2025 is the lowest it's been here in 70 years. Violent crime overall is down so far this year. Not to mention that the FIFA Cup is not in Boston.
It's at Foxborough.
It's at Foxborough, which they're renaming Gillette for Boston Stadium. Not to mention the fact that one of his good friends owns the stadium.
And gave him how many millions of
dollars?
dollars?
That'd be Robert Kraft. So this is complete crap, right? Or no?
Okay. How do I want to...
They are not moving the World Cup, even if Donald Trump called his good friend Johnny, the head of FIFA, and says, move it out of Boston. It's not happening. Is it?
I want to, let me just lay out the facts as I know them, because I live in this world and I consult in this world. I don't have a direct contract with FIFA. All I know is the head of FIFA was in Israel with the president. They are beyond close. That was crazy. I also know that he is friends with Robert Kraft, Donald Trump, so he's not going to want to make him angry. I, however, think it's interesting that Trump has not dropped this issue. He raised it a couple weeks ago. FIFA shot Trump down. When Trump raised it the first time, the FIFA vice chair, which was interesting, it wasn't the head, said FIFA determines the cities, not the president. My worst case scenario planning, this is what I do. My worst case scenario planning is that FIFA, that Trump demands something from FIFA and they move it out of Boston and give other cities those games. They're not going to pick a new city. It's too late now. The planning's too far along.
They'll go to Fitchburg?
No. They'll put more games in New York. I mean, remember, this is many months, so they have time with the calendar. So people I've talked to in this world, I said, what is your worst case scenario for Boston? And as of early this morning, when I talked to someone, knowing you and I would talk to it, he said, your chances are 98%. This is not going to happen, and Kraft will be made happy, and Trump will drop this. Your worst case scenario at 2%, and I just raise it because Bostonians are listening, is that this gets elevated. Trump really wants to make Mayor Wu pay. and does it this way. And they put more games in other cities. That's still possible by the calendar, according to former FIFA officials I spoke to this morning. Not likely, but I don't think it's this is a joke. I don't think, because Donald Trump has not dropped this issue, and FIFA has pushed back, and he still hasn't dropped it.
Yeah,
So
but with all due respect, I mean, you know 10 times more about this than I do. We got to take a break in a sec. Well, let me say what I'm going to say after the break. Remind me, Marjorie. I want to respond to something that Juliette said.
Okay, we will be right back after this quick break. We're talking with our national security expert, Juliette Kayyem, and listening to GBH. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy.
Live, local, 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan, Boston Public Radio. It's here on GBH Radio because of your support. Now's your chance to keep the conversation going. Give online at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
Okay, as you know, the current administration is trying to clamp down on the free press, and he has taken away the funding that has gone for years to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which runs television stations, National Public Radio. We're part of that. It's not a huge part of our funding. It's about 8% plus licensing.
Significant.
But it's significant. So this is a new time to be asking people to help us out because it's going to mean some very bad things. Some of these stations around the country have already shut down. The one by Penn State, which really surprised me down there, and these rural stations cannot afford to stay open.
And there have been cuts already made here. We don't want to minimize. I mean, comparatively speaking, we'll survive, but at a reduced rate. So we're asking you to help fill the hole.
So we've got some lovely comments from people. Christine from Wayland says, it's a crime that public radio is defunded, and I'm proud to be part and able to keep you going. Cameron from Boston says, love Jim and Marjorie, so clever and informed. Maybe I will see Jim at the Somerville Market Basket
Boycott's
with my new
over.
tote bag. And the deal with the tote bag, of course, is if you can swing it and you'd like to become a what do we call sustaining membership here, you can donate $10 a month and we will reward you with the new GBH tote bag as a thank you. It says public radio is a beacon of the free press on the side. The number is 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
And by the way, as I said in the first hour, I think the count I did last night was 411 tote bags. And about 84 of them are from GBH. You can always use another one. They are really high quality. And think about the shows you listen to in the station. Think about the people who host those shows, who you care about. Think about the team that supports, like our wonderful team, supports and makes what we do possible. They're all dependent upon your generosity because of the cruelty and small-mindedness of Donald Trump and the people who do whatever he says they should do in Washington. So if you support our colleagues, and we hope you do, here's your opportunity to show it by going to 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. As Marjorie said, you can do $10 a month, $120 all at once to get the tote bag, which is a good way to show, a tangible way to show when you walk around town or wherever you go that you support the station, whatever you can give. Please do it now, 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. Welcome back to BPR on GBH 89.7. We're not at the library, nor will we be there Friday, but we are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News to continue our conversation with Juliette Kayyem. You know, Juliette, you said a minute ago, maybe 2% that they'll move these World Cup games. But, the problem is they got to move them somewhere. And you mentioned, I know you just picked New York as an example. They're not going to pick New York because they're going to have what Donald Trump calls a communist, because he doesn't understand what it means, a Democratic Socialist mayor in all likelihood. I would guess, I should have looked at it during the break. My guess is most of the cities
and Letitia James
who's the Attorney General in New York State, who was just indicted, which have games. I assume there's some exceptions, but they're mostly major cities around the country, aren't they?
Well, Texas and
Texas.
You've got one.
They have Democratic cities in Texas too, right?
Right. No. But I'm saying you've got red states, so you could get more in Florida, more in Texas, and Kansas City, I think, is another one. There's 16 cities. across 3 countries. Once again,
All right,
just
Mexico and Canada
here.
too, right?
I know this world very well, so I'm not going to say it's 100%. This is all just Trump doing whatever. Trump is strategic about these things, and he's mentioned Boston now 2 or 3 times. So at that stage, you sort of wonder what is behind the scenes, and this is the scenario I'm hearing, that would be how FIFA deals with this. And look, FIFA wants a successful games if the successful games go forward by dropping one host city in the U.S., it looks like that host city would be Boston. I know nothing more than that.
Okay, we got it. By the way, the mayor's with us on the 28th, and we'll obviously broach it with her then.
So let's move on to something else. People may know that a 13-year-old teenager was taken into custody by ICE. He was taken to Virginia. We're not sure if he's still there. There were some court proceedings to take place today. But anyway, here's a little sound from the mayor of Everett, Carlo DeMaria, during a press conference yesterday talking about this 13-year-old.
I can't stress this enough. Everett Police does not make arrests based on immigration status. Police did not contact ICE about this recent juvenile arrest. ICE operates independently and has the authority to access certain law enforcement databases and take action on its own accord.
Now, they're saying all sorts of terrible crimes this teenager was alleged to have committed, but since they made up a lot of things about the guy they wanted to send off to El Salvador, I'm not sure if we should believe them about this juvenile. But in any case...
Well, one thing in particular, DHS, the Homeland Security, is saying he had a gun. Di Maria or some leader said he did not.
He had a knife, supposedly. Yeah. But in any case...
Also, what is he doing out of state? We don't have prisons here? Like, what is this? It's more expensive. It's not safer transit is dangerous for ICE as well as public safety, as well as others. Whatever the story is, what are you doing taking a 13-year-old out of state? We have facilities here. We know we have facilities here because they're being used. This is one of those things where I just say the facts. I mean, not the facts. We're not at the stage of our democracy where I'm going to hide this. DHS lies. They lie, period. There is no question about it. They are lying because they're making massive mistakes, because they have no standard operating procedures for this mass disruption to anyone who looks like they might be an immigrant, which is, I guess, called the Kavanaugh standard now, that if you are Hispanic and work at a car wash, it's now called the Kavanaugh standard.
That's right.
The mass deportations has no rules of engagement, no standard operating procedure, no alignment with state and locals, as we just heard. And they lie, because this is maybe the dozenth time in which they tell a certain story. They're posting, the DHS's website and Twitter feed are posting pictures from a year ago rather than ones now. They lie about the facts. They lie about
the woman that got shot.
Happening. The woman who got shot.
They claim that she hit them, and that video, as I understand it, shows that they hit her.
Was that Chicago? Was that?
I believe it was Chicago.
They killed the dog in El Paso, and
I saw that. Yeah, they just So this is, and no one's getting disciplined for these mistakes. They are detaining for long periods of time U.S. citizens and people here with lawful status. So basically they lie, and there's no point in wondering why they lie. We know why they lie, because it's the fear and the cruelty and the making people who do not look like they're white very nervous at all times. There's a story out of the Washington Post, I think, of an Asian woman now who was adopted by white parents. I think that was the scenario. She carries around her passport, but she had been starting to get nervous. And lo and behold, they said that her passport, maybe she was from South America, I forget, but that what happens is if you have your passport, they say it's fake.
You know, can I comment on a couple of things you said? One, the answer to your question, I know you know this, why Virginia? Because cruelty is the point. That is their MO. Yeah. But the second thing is this is sort of Marjorie's tact, and I'll take it. Well, Nancy Gertner, former federal judge, wrote a wonderful piece in The Contrarian about the courage of some federal district court judges to not only stand up for the law, but to stand up and confront the Supreme Court for their confusing non-standards with these decisions. Because the federal courts have refused to impose sanctions on the law-breaking members of the Department of Justice and DHS, there's almost an incentive for the administration to break the law when it comes to ICE behavior. Because the worst that happens is down the line somewhere, a federal court will say you broke the law. They won't hold anybody in contempt. They won't send anybody to jail. So it's sort of like, who gives a damn? Break the law, and when we're caught a month or 2 or 3 months later, we may have to release a 13-year-old or a Brego Garcia. I mean, they really have to catch up with the law breaking of this administration and the human rights violations that they're committing every day through ICE. It's horrible.
Right. And they will, I mean, at some stage, they will not be protected. We'll see if that time comes. I just got an alert from CNN that the president is having a press conference with Kash Patel only at 4:00. I don't know what that could be, but he doesn't have the rest of his gang. So we'll see if Kash Patel. I don't think he'd have Kash Patel for a John Bolton indictment. So we'll see if Kash Patel survives tomorrow.
Wow. Well, that'll be 4:00. I'm sure you'll hear about it on NPR. And by the way, speaking of CNN, which is where Juliette works part-time, they're now reporting that John Bolton indictment could come as early as this week. So it's really, things are going great.
That's it. This is we have juries for a reason, but we'll see what happens. Okay, talk to you soon.
Juliette, thank you very much.
Bye. Talk to you later. Bye.
We've been speaking with Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under President Barack Obama, the faculty chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN senior national security analyst. Coming up next.
Before you go ahead, can you imagine being the person who decided, and it was an individual, that a 13-year-old kid from Everett should be illegally questioned without his parents there, which is in violation of law.
No lawyer.
And then send him to Virginia.
I mean, it's
sadism.
I cannot believe what is going on all around me, which is why I hope there's a huge turnout this Saturday to say enough already. Anyway, coming up next, GBH's News Connecting the Commonwealth team is partnering with NEPM and CAI for a statewide multi-platform series on vaccine religious exemptions in Massachusetts. We're going to talk with them next. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR and 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Think about it. For 3 hours every day, you get to hear thought-provoking conversations on local, national, and international issues for free. It only happens with your support, so please support your Boston Public Radio listening by calling 888-897-9424 or giving online at gbhnews.org.
Okay, the number is 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. We, as you know, our funding got slashed by the Trump administration, so this is a particularly fraught time for raising some money around here. So if you've been hesitating, procrastinating, if you listen to us, you listen to other shows on the station, we're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You get stuff all weekend long. If you like the stuff you see on television, then this is the time to step up to the plate and donate whatever you can. I want to read a couple of little nice messages here. Lindsay and Chris and Maynard. My husband and I are now a double sustaining member household for more than a decade. We love your program. We love public radio, TV. Fully believe we need to save it from the wannabe dictators of the world that want to silence the opposition. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
How many do you think is the appropriate number of tote bags everybody should own, Marjorie?
Well, I would say you just can't have enough, Jim.
Can never have enough.
You never know when you may need one in an emergency. You want to have a lot in your car, too.
Exactly.
You may be caught short.
And since you likely need, I know what you're trying to say, one more, here's your opportunity. For $10 a month or $120 all at once, we have a brand new, never before seen GBH tote bag. It says public radio is a beacon of the free press. And not only does it have that slogan on it, it's got a purple and yellow old-style lantern that pops out against the natural cotton tote. But most importantly to me, beyond the slogan, it says GBH 89.7 on it. And if you support the station, I hope you're proud to carry that thing around. to show people how you feel about all the shows here, all of the amazing people behind the scenes, on the air, who work pretty hard to make sure you are informed so that you can fully participate in this fragile democracy. Now, if you buy that, literally and figuratively, you call 888-897-9424, pledge $10 a month or $120 all at once, or go to gbhnews.org.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Lexus Broadway in Boston, presenting Hamilton. Written by Lin-Manuel Miranda, Hamilton is the story of America then, told by America now. Hamilton is in Boston through November 2nd. More at LexusBroadwayInBoston.com. And Mass General Brigham Health Plan, providing helpful digital tools, world-class providers, and coverage that help you live in the moment. More at MassGeneralBrighamHealthPlan.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Braude. We're not at the library today, nor will we be there Friday. Jared will be with the Culture Show, 2 o'clock today and Friday. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're joined now in Studio 3 for a reporters panel as GBH News Connecting the Commonwealth launches a new series titled Unraveling Immunity. It's all about the increasing rates of religious exemptions for vaccines across Massachusetts, with which Marjorie is totally and completely obsessed. Is that a fair statement?
That would be correct.
Okay, joining us in Studio 3, NEPM reporter Karen Brown. Karen, it's great to see you again. How are you?
Thank you for having me.
CAI's Gilda Geist. Hi, Gilda. Good to see you.
Hi.
She's a reporter and local host of All Things Considered. And GBH features editor Jennifer Moore, who leads the Connecting the Commonwealth initiative, available at gbhnews.org. Hi to all three of you. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thanks.
So, Jennifer, what were you trying to do here with this series? What did you do?
You know, Marjorie, several months ago, about 8 months ago, we were looking at the rates of vaccination in Massachusetts and looking also at the increase of cases of measles and whooping cough we're seeing across the country. And those two kind of collided and raised some questions for us. So we, as a new partnership, Connecting the Commonwealth, the 3 newsrooms across Massachusetts,
cool?
right, represented here,
yeah.
we knew this would be a great opportunity for us to take hold of one issue that's important to pretty much everybody and investigate how it looks across the Commonwealth. So we divvied it up and had some fantastic stories out of it.
Before we get to the divvying with our colleagues here, Gilda and Karen, could you answer a question that I know some people have? It's only because they haven't heard Marjorie answer it. Why does it matter that some parents
ranting and raving? Is that what you mean, Jim?
Yes, but on a just cause. Why does it matter that some parents choose not to get their kids vaccinated? Why should those of us who do get our kids vaccinated care about that?
Well, public health officials, Jim, would tell you it's all about herd immunity in terms of a shield. Let's use that metaphor, right? A shield from disease. And so when it comes to protecting the masses, we're really looking at a percentage. And it varies by disease, but let's take measles, a highly contagious disease. First of all, I'm not a doctor, but this is from the CDC and bona fide health experts say it's going to take about 95% of the population being fully vaccinated against that disease to protect the herd, right? To protect the rest of us. So public health officials, in order to protect the rest of us, want to get those numbers about that.
Okay,
level.
so Karen, I think everybody knows that Massachusetts as a whole has a very high vaccination rate. That's something to be celebrated, not so much in parts of Western Massachusetts. Tell us a little bit about your reporting.
Right. Well, Western Mass probably also as a whole is not doing that poorly, but there are some particularly rural areas and rural schools, like in Franklin County and Greenfield, in Berkshire County, where the rates are well below herd immunity. So not just 94%, but 51%. Greenfield High School, which is a major high school, has a for the entire %. So, from this doesn't mean that much to the random person, but to public health officials, it's pretty worrisome.
Why are the numbers so low?
Well, it could be a matter of records. Like it could be that that's not actually how few kids are vaccinated. It could be that they're missing one. So maybe they're just missing chickenpox, or maybe they're just missing tetanus or something like that. There could be different explanations.
Okay, Karen, because I am obsessed with this, I went bananas when I read this quote from a public health nurse in your story who said, "Hey, if they don't want to get a vaccine, it's their choice, and they maybe become sick, but the rest of the population is going to be protected if they have vaccines." This is a public school nurse. Doesn't she know that there are people that are immunocompromised?
That was surprising to me.
This is a public nurse, so I think this is. Did you ask her about what happens to the kid who's in cancer treatment, who is in school?
She is again, like, I don't know if this is correct or not, but she is among the people that feels like those numbers are not as low as they appear. So it's not really 50%, but it's probably still like 80%, even if you account for all the different paperwork. So yeah, I did ask her, and that's kind of her view on it. But then I talked to the epidemiologist for Franklin County, who is like, even if you take all of these possible extenuating circumstances into account, you still got really low rates. And the problem is, if there is an outbreak, that's when we're going to really see it. So right now, there hasn't been an outbreak.
So, Gilda, what's happening on the islands?
Well, that was something that Chris Burrell was taking a look at, but he did let me know something that gave me like a kind of a seed for a question for my story, which was he was talking to a pediatrician, one of the very few pediatricians on Martha's Vineyard, who was saying that immigration fears are playing into reasons why people with immigrants in their family or who are immigrants might not be getting out to get their vaccines or just getting to the doctor as often as they might be under more typical circumstances. And New Bedford, which is what I looked at in my story, has kind of a similar immigrant population. And so I was interested to see if that phenomenon was happening in New Bedford.
And is it?
It is. Cheryl Bartlett, CEO of the New Bedford Community Health Center, was telling me that basically it's a lot of times kids who aren't able to come in for their vaccine appointments because either parents have been detained or there are fears about parents being detained, and then there's no one to bring in.
We have some sound from her and you. Cheryl Bartlett of New Bedford Community Health talking about the potential impacts of HHS policy that limits undocumented immigrant access to community health centers. Here it is.
And now we're being told that if this rule goes into place, we will have to verify if someone is a citizen. And then there are different qualifications of who would be refused care. And I have to say, I've been a nurse for over 50 years, and the idea of turning people away is just sort of against my whole career.
I love that she said that.
So, Jennifer, I think our colleague Adam Riley did a lot of interviews with people who are claiming that they need religious exemptions because they've talked to God, and God told them this is the way to go. Again, and the reason I get so upset about this story is because there are many children who cannot get vaccinated. So these people that have spoken to God, I'm not sure what God thinks about their putting those children at risk of death, because if you can't get vaccinated, you're immunocompromised. Measles is a very serious disease. Whooping cough. If you see the pictures of infants with whooping cough, I can't even look at it. It's so upsetting. That doesn't only concerns.
So this was a fascinating story, and I will say a fascinating and somewhat novel approach for a newsroom to take, and just seeking out parents who have gotten the religious exemption from a faith perspective, a faith story. And so GBH's Adam Riley tackled that and found many parents who have a religious exemption in place, meaning their kids are not vaccinated and they've signed a waiver or document saying, due to religion, I don't want to vaccinate my kids. And what he found surprised us in that it was a wide variety. Yes, you had the, I think you would maybe say more, maybe spiritual, folks who said that I hear from God, I'm being led by the Holy Spirit or by God not to vaccinate my kids. But you also had more pragmatic or dogmatic parents in terms of Catholicism. We also spoke to a Muslim parent who objected to the use of pork in some vaccine ingredients.
Or the fetal cells back from the 1960s.
And we tried to be really clear in our reporting that there's no fetal tissue currently in today's vaccines. But yes, this was a wide variety of reasons, and I will say it was good to hear those voices, because I think that informs policy and informs understanding.
Now, when we come back in a second, we're going to ask one of our three colleagues to list all the religions which say you shall not take a vaccine. That'll be a very brief response, but that is coming up in just a few.
Okay, we're talking about vaccine rates in the Commonwealth and around the country. Listening to Jim Braude, Marjorie Egan. This is Boston Public Radio and GBH Broadcasting. What are we broadcasting at, Jim? YouTube?
I don't have any idea where we are.
Whatever it is, gbhnews.com. I think that's it.
That is.
Okay, thank you.
It's time to support Boston Public Radio on GBH. Listener contributions pay for the program and keep it on the air. You don't have to give much to make a difference, but please make a difference by giving now at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
Well, as Jim said before, you can never have enough tote bags. And the problem with tote bags, of course, they get dirty and they don't wash that well. You throw them in the washing machine, you throw them in the dryer, they don't look like they did before. You don't want to be running around with kind of a dirty tote bag. It's not a good look.
What's your point? Just keep buying new ones?
That's exactly my point, because you can get a new one right now for $10 a month, and we will thank you with our new GBH tote bag, which says, Public Radio is a beacon of the free press. And this administration is trying to shut down the freedom of the press, which is kind of one of our basic rights here in the United States of America. And one of the places that he has targeted, that would be Donald Trump, is public radio and public television. So we lost our funding, and this is why it's particularly crucial, if you like what you hear on this station, that if you've procrastinated or you can give a little more than you have before, we would really appreciate it. You can give much more than $10 a month. If you're a high roller, you can give us a lot of money. We'd be thrilled about that. And we'd also be thrilled by anybody who may not be in a position to give that kind of money but can just throw us a few bucks. That means a lot to us, too, because we very, very much appreciate our listeners. And we depend on our listeners. If we said a million times, about 8% of our money comes from the government. The rest of it comes from the generosity of listeners who are tuning in right now. So the number is 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. We have this lovely tote bag. You can never have enough. Jim has these 42 tote bags.
411.
411.
Not of this one. Can I say something else briefly
Certainly.
here? The reporting that you're listening to right here is a product
That's
of
correct.
contributions from people like you. If you think this matters, and it sure as hell does, you should call 888-897-9424. Go to gbhnews.org. Welcome back to BPR, Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We're not at the library today, nor will we be there Friday, but we are streaming on youtube.com/GBH News. We're speaking with three of our colleagues, GBH features and statewide editor Jennifer Moore, NEPM reporter Karen Brown, and CAI reporter and All Things Considered host Gilda Geist. So I said right before the break, Jennifer, that you would list all the religions that say that those adherents cannot be vaccinated. How many are there?
So that's a short list in terms of a very, very short list in terms of religious texts, at least that I found in our series, that downright and outright ban vaccines. Thou shalt not take a vaccine. However, Jim, I will push back a little bit and say the freedom of religion, the First Amendment, does cover the interpretation of faith, the interpretation of those texts. And that's what we found people really clinging to in terms of this exemption.
Well, hold on. There are no texts because there were no vaccines when the texts were written. So what are they interpreting?
For the originalists.
So that is an originalist interpretation. But no, what I mean by that is, for example, we found that Catholics some practicing Catholics who are aware that there are some vaccines that began with the tissue or the cell lines, right, of aborted fetuses, so from abortion. So that, by principle, they are against.
But the Vatican has said you can be vaccinated.
Listen, this story was, I got to edit this, and this was a complex story to edit, as you can imagine. But that's why this topic was so fascinating. It's because it pits together these core values most of us hold dear, right? The freedom of religion, the body autonomy, the government mandates, personal liberties. All of it is right there.
You're so much nicer than I am. I think this is selfishness.
I mean, keep in mind,
think this is absolute
Karen,
selfishness.
Well, I just wanted to add that some people might not actually have religious objections, but they say they do.
They make them up.
And you don't have to prove anything. All you have to do is assert.
I was talking to the Springfield, Massachusetts spokesperson who said, you just sign a statement and we do not ask anything more. So I think, given that Massachusetts does not have a philosophical exemption, that's the only exemption people feel like they can get. So I just think that's important to remember.
Well, let me, if I may, California repealed its religious exemption in 2015. As far as I know, it stands 10 years later. Connecticut repealed it in 2021. Maine repealed it in 2021. New York repealed it in 2019. Who of you can tell us what I know there are bills before the legislature to repeal the religious exemption here, too. Jennifer, you're nodding, looking at me. What's the status? Andy Vargas is the state rep, I think, who proposed eliminating the religious exemption. What's going on with that?
There are multiple bills in front of the State House. Yes, multiple bills, I would say, on both sides of this issue in terms of doing away with the religious mandate, the religious vaccine exemption, rather, and keeping it. And so this is a hotly contested issue at the State House right now. And Karen's exactly right. This, we found that some parents are using the religious exemption, and at the same time, they have other reasons for seeking exemptions. So they have political reasons, or they have cultural reasons, or some even medical reasons. But the medical
there
exemption,
is a medical exemption.
There is a medical exemption,
which
but
there
it's
should
tougher
be.
to get.
Which there absolutely should be.
Where you actually have to prove something.
It's got a higher bar.
You can't just make an assertion, right, like you can make around the religious exemption situation.
Okay, so where do we think we're going here?
Well, I think, religion is just one piece of such a broad, constellation of issues around vaccinations in Massachusetts. And interestingly, there's people who some people think, oh, you should be getting them, and they can get it, but maybe they don't want to get it for religion. And then there's people who maybe want to get it who can't, or it's hard. And that's kind of the idea of community health centers. Again, I was talking to Cheryl Bartlett, New Bedford, and it's supposed to be for anyone, but there is some interesting potential policy changes coming down from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Do you know what we failed? We had Mar Healy with us last month.
Which, by the way, is that public health is not going to serve people who are here that came over the border illegally, or their parents came over the border illegally. So they would have to pay for it, which can be very expensive.
That is where we might be heading. It all kind of depends on how it plays out in the courts. But yeah, vaccines, if you don't have insurance or you can't get to it, our community health center are very, very expensive.
Well, I started to say on that note, when we had Healy, Governor Healy in here, we know that she was requiring that insurance companies pay for vaccines. We asked her if you didn't have insurance, if the state would make sure it was covered. She said yes. We didn't ask her about people who are undocumented here, which is piece of what there are
different rules for undocumented, for immigrants, and for unhoused
in terms
people.
of the state?
In terms of the requirements, they have a different bar, and you don't have to meet the same requirements.
What do you mean? I mean, a kid who is here undocumented doesn't need to.
They basically tell the schools do not be as hard on unhoused people, and this is what they told me. And
but that's an informal policy. That's not some statewide policy, is it?
I think it actually is. I mean, I think it's also worth noting that the schools do almost nothing when people are not vaccinated. So even though this is a requirement, this is one of the things that I looked at in my story, the schools still let you go to school. So the aspect of it being a requirement is a little...
Can I add one more thing to this whole legislative thing? Is whether you, as Jennifer said a minute ago, there is legislation to get rid of this. There's legislation to protect the religious exemption. We on this show, this is me and Marjorie, we're not speaking for the three reporters here, believe that at least we have an obligation to know where things are. In wonderful reporting by another of our colleagues, Katie Lannon, neither the Speaker, Mariano, the Senate president will give any indication to the public about where they stand on this issue.
Or the governor. The governor was indirect as well.
Let me quote from Katie's piece. Governor Moore Healey was similarly indirect when asked if Massachusetts should follow Maine, New York, and Connecticut on religious exemptions. You're not entitled to a position. You're entitled, I think, at least to some disclosure about where they stand, but we're not getting it.
Yeah, and I will say, Katie Lannon, in her reporting, she was the reporter in the room who posed that question directly to Healey. And she also notes in her reporting that, yes, to move these bills forward, they really do need Senate and House leadership, right? And so indicated and revealed that it doesn't appear at this point to be a raging priority.
And by the way, there are the tiny number of kids who are hurt by these vaccines, and there's a vaccination court where you can go to take your claims if you have a child who does suffer from seizures or something else. Very, very rare, but it does happen. But there's a remedy. But the thing I always get back to is I can't believe I was just so stunned.
That's why you need herd immunity, right?
But the idea that if you do have an immunocompromised child and these rates continue to go, you really can't send your child to school. So I don't understand why there isn't any concern for the kid who had leukemia, the kid who had some other kind.
I think what the nurse that I spoke to would say is if there is an outbreak, those kids should stay home. The problem is at what point,
do you know? But the child that's immunocompromised may be infected.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just telling you, that's their argument.
It's kind of really irresponsible of the schools, it seems to me, but I'm a fanatic about this.
Do you have any sense, but I think the answer is probably no, Jennifer, because of what we just said from Katie Lannon's reporting. Do we have any sense of the prospects of this Vargas or other bills that would cause us to join Connecticut, New York, California, Maine, all those states, or no?
I think it starts with awareness, right? And it starts with, in some cases, reporting like this. And one of the reasons we wanted to do this series is that there isn't a lot out there from a statewide or even hyper-local level, which is what really this series gets to. So I think, Jim, to answer your question, I think once people are more aware of the rates in their communities, that there might be more interest.
By the way, 70% of the people in Massachusetts support eliminating the religious exemption, but as we learned, 71% support auditing the legislature too, and that ain't happening anytime soon. Jennifer, you had one final thought?
I may just say, yes, going back to your original question, Marjorie, why we decided to do this. One of the criticisms of journalism more broadly is that we are very reactionary and we don't respond or cover something until disaster strikes. And so I really want to applaud my colleagues here at CAI and NEPM, in addition to GBH, for taking this seriously and looking at the data, because this is a story about vulnerability and risk. And to me, that is a huge story. So, yeah.
And I was shocked by the lower rate, the rates that were so low. I couldn't believe that they were so low and that the schools seemed to be unconcerned about it. Anyway, thank you very much, you guys. Congratulations.
Thanks for coming.
On a great job. We've been speaking with GBH Features and Statewide Editor Jennifer Moore, NEPM reporter Karen Brown, CAI reporter and All Things Considered host Gilda Geist. Thank you again for coming in. For more info on GBH's Unraveling Immunity series, head to gbhnews.org and look for Unraveling Immunity. The 1 o'clock news, Love Letters columnist from the Boston Globe, Meredith Goldstein, is with us.
GBH is now primarily funded by listeners and local businesses. We used to get some federal funding, but that's gone now. And that's why your money-sustaining membership during our fall membership drive right now is essential. Please give online at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424. I'm Maeve Buckley, and I'm joined by Melissa Jones.
As Maeve just mentioned, public media's existence is under attack from several directions, including the elimination of our federal funding by an act of Congress. At this moment, the only way to ensure the future of GBH is greater support from you, our listeners. Your contribution is more important than ever to keep the NPR and GBH News on the air, speaking truth to power. Make your gift now, gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And we've got about 4 minutes left to go in this hour, and we have a goal of just 14 more people to hear from. We can do it if we hear from you. If you've yet to give, now is the time. The goal is so important. It'll help us stay on track for this membership drive and ensure we have the money needed to pay our quarterly bill to NPR. Listener support is vital to keeping this public service on the air there in Boston. So please, 14 people we are looking to hear from. Be one of them by calling 888-897-9424 or make your gift online at gbhnews.org.
When you support GBH right now, you can pick up our brand new GBH tote bag as our thank you to you. This new tote features the statement, "Public radio is a beacon for the free press." It's on it's a natural cotton tote. It's a great bag. You're going to look smart and stylish as you carry that around town. Take it to the library, take it to the grocery store, wherever you need a bag. It's there with you, and it shows that you are standing up for the free press and GBH with your support. $10 a month right now. Ask for that new tote bag at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
And if you've never given to public radio before, we are talking to you. You listen every day. You count on NPR and GBH as your primary source for news. Well, this radio station runs on idealism. It runs on the belief that you will see the fairness in paying for what you use. GBH is worthy of your attention. That's why you listen. So now we ask you, at a time when the government support is gone, please give an amount that you think is fair. Become a first-time member to GBH right now by calling 888-897-9424 or make that gift online at gbhnews.org.
You know, we're looking for just 9 more people to go in the next couple of minutes to wrap up this hour to keep us on track for this all-important membership drive. Your contribution is the one we're looking for that helps keeps everything going, including protecting free press here in Boston. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424. Just 9 more people to go.
And be sure to ask for the GBH Beacon of a Free Press tote bag as our thanks for your contribution of just $10 per month as a sustaining member, or a one-time gift of $120 all at once. You can check out an image of what the bag looks like when you make a gift online. That's at gbhnews.org, or ask for it when you make that call, 888-897-9424.
Maeve just mentioned being a sustainer. I'm a sustainer in GBH. I invite you to join with me in that way of giving. I love it because I know that my support is always current. I pick the amount that's just right for my family's budget, and I don't have to worry about taking care of it again. I am covered, and I found that I am more generous to GBH over time when I can give that smaller monthly amount. It's a great way to give. Join with me right now as a sustainer. $10 a month too. You can get that great tote bag Maeve was just sharing with you. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And thank you so much if you've already made your gift of support. We heard from Judy in Kittery Point, Maine. Thank you so much, Judy. We also heard from Janice in Merrimack and also Christopher in West Warwick, Rhode Island, one of our newest members. Thank you so much. You're getting us that much closer to hitting our goal. We have just 4 more people to hear from in these next couple of minutes just to wrap up this goal. Again, that keeps us on track here on this first day of our fall membership drive. So if you have yet to give, now is the time. 888-897-9424. Again, that's 888-897-9424, or give online at gbhnews.org.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the DeMoore McKim School of Business at Northeastern University, where MBA and master's degree students can build vital business skills through experience. Learn more at northeastern.edu/business. And the Bach Center, presenting Herbie Hancock, the groundbreaking jazz musician and Grammy Award-winning icon. Herbie Hancock at the Bach Center Wang Theater, Wednesday, October 29th. Tickets at bachcenter.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on hour 3 of VPR, Not at the Library. We'll start the 1 o'clock hour with Boston Globe love letters columnist Meredith Goldstein on college freshmen around the country realizing their high school romances are not the blazing fires they thought. Plus, what SMBC stands for. No, it's not the latest rebrand for Rachel Maddow's TV network.
I'm Marjorie Egan. We're opening the phone and text lines to end the show. And what makes for the perfect pillow? Are you the kind of person who prefers your pillows soft as a cloud? Could you sleep on a rock if you had to? Did you buy any pillows from Mike Lindell? That's the MyPillow guy, author of Crackhead to CEO. And what other must-haves do you need to get some needed shut-eye, regardless of whether it's 2:30 p.m. or 2:30 a.m.? Pillows and you ahead. Hour number 3, BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A federal judge in San Francisco will consider whether to pause the Trump administration's mass layoffs of federal workers during the government shutdown. NPR's Andrea reports today's hearing comes as the administration says layoff notices so far have gone out to some 4,000 people, with more to come.
Unions representing federal employees have asked the court to halt the layoffs already underway and to stop federal agencies from issuing new layoff notices. They argue that the Trump administration has overstepped its authority in telling agencies to carry out the reductions in force or RIFs amid the shutdown. The Trump administration argues the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the case, and that such matters ought to be taken to the federal agency set up by Congress to hear challenges to RIFs. Meanwhile, President Trump continues to blame Democrats for the shutdown and says it's an opportunity for him to end, quote, Democrat programs, those he never wanted and will probably never allow back. Andrea Hsu, NPR News.
The United Nations Development Program says reconstructing Gaza after the war could take more than a decade and $70 billion. NPR's Anas Baba reports from Gaza City. Crews are beginning an initial cleanup of debris.
10 bulldozers have begun clearing rubble from key roads to allow residents to return and move freely. Gaza City Mayor Yahya al-Sarraj announced the start of a major cleanup and recovery effort financed by Qatar. He said the municipality has a clear three-phase plan. The first will take 6 months, the second up to 3 years, and the third, which is full reconstruction, may take a decade. Damage is estimated to over $2 billion in Gaza City alone. But the challenges are enormous. Most heavy machinery in Gaza is destroyed. Cement and spare parts are urgently needed, and vast amounts of debris still block the streets. For now, he says just opening a few main roads will take 2 weeks. Anas Baba, NPR News, Gaza City.
The fate of a key provision of the 1965 Voting Rights Act now rests with the U.S. Supreme Court. The justices heard arguments today in a Louisiana case over whether states should draw electoral districts that favor minority voters. Big banks are earning some big profits. NPR's Scott Horsley with details.
Bank of America and Morgan Stanley both reported better than expected quarterly profits, fueled in part by robust deal-making fees. B of A helped two big railroads couple up this summer, while Morgan Stanley helped brew the coffee merger combining Keurig Dr. Pepper and Peet's. The solid results echo the profit reports from other big banks earlier this week. And this was the day we were supposed to get an inflation report for September. That report's been pushed back until next Friday, though, as a result of the government shutdown. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Trump administration has frozen or canceled nearly $28 billion in approved funding for Democratic-led congressional districts around the country. He did it as a way to pressure Democrats to end the government shutdown. Now, as far as Massachusetts is concerned, $575 million of that $28 billion has been canceled in the Bay State. It includes over $207 million in Ayanna Pressley's 7th District, which includes Boston, over $180 million in Democratic Whip Catherine Clark's 5th District, and over $114 million in Jim McGovern's 2nd District, which is Worcester. Seth Moulton's 6th District, lost in just north of Boston, had $17.5 million cut, while there was $39.5 million cut in Lori Trahan's 3rd District. Also hit hard were New York and Chicago. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu responding to President Trump's threats to move the 2026 World Cup matches out of Massachusetts. At a press conference yesterday, Trump suggested parts of the city had been overtaken by crime, called Wu a radical leftist, and said the games could be moved. Appearing in the local Javo with Jimmy podcast, Wu dismissed Trump's comments, saying that the games were set by contract that no one can undo. She said Boston will not be intimidated or compromised in its values. 7 matches will be played at Gillette Stadium as part of the next year's World Cup, which is being hosted by the U.S. and Canada. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, which monitors safe driving habits to determine a personalized rate at Progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are not at the Boston Public Library today. We won't be back on Friday either. I apologize. But we are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. I'm still upset about religious exemptions, but I'm going to try to move on. Joined now on Zoom by Boston Globe Love Letters columnist Meredith Goldstein. She also hosts the Love Letters podcast. Meredith, great to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
So Jim is a big fan of David Byrne.
Oh, my God.
We're going to start with playing a little sound when David Byrne was on BPR in November 2020 talking about his last show, American Utopia.
Well, the experiment continues. It's still an experiment. There's occasionally some bumps in the road. So far, we're still hanging in there. Then, as a person, I know that I've changed my ways of thinking from when I was a younger person.
Absolutely.
To who I am now, and I think we all do that, and we can only hope that that kind of malleability that we have leads us to a better place.
What were you talking about, absolutely? What do you mean, absolutely? When he says we all, evolve and whatever, and what are you talking about?
I'm malleable. We're more
Okay,
malleable
fine.
now. I think that was it. Anyway, American Utopia is one of the great shows. I loved it. I went to that, and I thought it was fantastic. But he was again in Boston this weekend, and he noticed something that you talked about, Meredith.
Yeah, I really wanted to go to David Byrne and not work and not think about the Globe and just think about my own existence as one does when one sees David Byrne. And one of the first things he did was put up a huge picture of a Morgan & Morgan billboard over 93.
That is great.
And he was, the commentary he was making was that in that billboard, they use the word wicked, wicked good law or whatever. And it's just like, I always think about David Byrne knowing his sense of place, right? This must be the place, right? And he knew where he was because the word wicked was on a billboard.
There you go.
He's a genius. And by the way, he was in Talking Heads for those 3 people who don't know who David Byrne is. And he was a genius from beginning to end.
So I text you about this, Meredith, because I was so impressed. I thought this was a brilliant idea. You don't really read about it in the divorce books or the separation books, but moving day, when somebody is moving out of the house, is so fraught with pain and upset. And I want to start with a little clip from what you did was you interviewed a mover about this situation. Here's professional mover Kamal. He's on with you in the Love Letters episode talking about how he knows when a couple is separating.
Immediately when we arrive at a location, we'll do a walkthrough. And when you see those are his, we're not taking those. And then this is all, as we're walking through, all of her items may be in yellow. His items are in red. And as you're walking through, my items will go to storage. I don't know where I'm going yet, but we need to show this house to sell it for us to move on.
What a heartbreaker. Tell us about him.
So, I really wanted to do an episode about moving because there are all these professions where people have to have great emotional intelligence. And sometimes we discount that. And moving is one of them, whether it's helping people with a breakup, helping them move in together, helping somebody's kid go to college. You have to be able to read the room. And I think it gives me a lot of respect for movers in general. So, we did go to Rare Movers at a Braintree and talk to Kamal, who did talk about all of these very awkward moments and how he trains his movers to be good to people. It was fascinating to me because I always think about that scene in When Harry Met Sally, where Harry says that he realized he was getting a divorce after the mover did. He didn't get to know because the stuff was already being moved out. And that stuck with me as a kid, which is all of these logistical plans you have to make when it comes to a move. And so often these random strangers know more than you do. And I thought about my own situation of having somebody move in with me and needing to feel okay and looking at a mover who was giving me this is going to be okay. I've got you. The boxes might not fit in the space. The refrigerator might not fit in the space, but that doesn't mean everything is going to explode. We're okay.
Well, didn't the refrigerator not fit in the space? Didn't you have a little snafu over the fridge?
Yes, the refrigerator. Normally there's a sort of corner where a refrigerator goes. And what happens if your refrigerator is too big for that corner? And for whatever reason, this is just a space issue, but it felt like, wait, is this a sign? The refrigerator doesn't fit. What are we going to do? Should we not even be moving in together? And the mover was like, we'll just take down the wall. And there was something hilarious about the metaphor of we'll just take down that wall. Nothing is permanent. We can undo this. We can make this better. So I I happen to think that movers might be kind of like therapists, when they're good at their jobs.
First of all, this is brilliant. I mean, the whole concept is brilliant. And I'm jealous because Marjorie and I, when we meet with our team in the morning, we're always trying to find a different angle on the same story that everybody else is doing. And this is such a wonderful entry point. How did this enter your head?
I think it's just always been a thought of, well, actually, I will tell you, I have a friend who kept moving in and out of a place with her boyfriend, now husband. So they were together, but maybe they were going to break up. She'd move out, and then she'd move back in, and now they're incredibly happily married. But she said to me one day, the same mover has moved us every time. And she said, this man must be thinking, what is happening? But he had a just did it. There was no outward judgment. He was incredibly helpful. He smiled. He was warm, or he wasn't warm when he needed to stay out of the way. And she said, good for him. What skill it must take to not be like the two of you. Should you? So I just thought, and I would joke with her, he should be at the wedding. He should probably make a speech at the wedding. So that's really what I had long thought about moving and movers. But when that was going on with her, it made me want to hire him, first of all. But yeah, I really wanted to say, and not just what do movers know, but also how hard is it to move on couples, on singles, because it's like you take all of these incredibly stressful moments and then you put it on two people who all they have to do is take it out on each other. So what can we do to ease that burden?
And I was also thinking, so many fights in a divorce are over who's going to get this bureau or that chair or something. And I would imagine they've been caught, these movers, in the middle of those knockdown dragouts where the warring couple is fighting over a piece of furniture.
I also remember Jim staying in an Airbnb in Venice, California. My friend was renting an Airbnb, and everything was half gone. Bookshelves, 5 books with these strange gaps in the bookshelf.
Oh, no.
Half the closet, and the narrative, the story that the place told was very sad.
Oh.
What was happening?
You don't need me. There's a television series in this.
I think there
really
is. I think there is.
If you have a charismatic Kamal who can really like do it, and every week is a difference. I mean, I really think this is genius.
And I think everybody
Total
who's
genius.
never mind divorce, which is hard enough, but anybody who's just lived with someone, didn't work out, they have to move out. Yeah. It's so hard. It's so hard.
One thing about that episode is we talked to Kamal, who is the expert mover, and we also talked to a person who's moved 12 times with his husband. I thought it was interesting. I asked them both for a tip. How can people be happier moving? Kamal said, be slow about unpacking. And the person who'd moved said, unpack immediately. So these opposing thoughts. But I think whatever rhythm you want, but maybe don't pressure yourself to have everything be perfect within a day.
We're talking to Meredith Goldstein from Love Letters fame.
Another great podcast about the single mother by choice. You talked about how much you love the little girl in this story. Yeah. I love the mom in this story. Tell us about her situation.
So every time we do a call out for stories, we get a lot of people who talk about dating while also trying to have kids on their own. And I think this is, a lot of women say, I can't adhere to the schedule of biology and other people. I need to start trying to have kids and make this happen. But also I want to date. And this is a person who was in a relationship, had a kid, was not married, wants a second kid, and is now trying to be a single mom by choice through IVF. And is just thinking about the timeline of what if I do things at my leisure as opposed to in order? And that was what the episode was about to me. Do we have to date someone, marry them, have a kid, move on in this linear way that is very traditional? Or can you have a kid first and then date? She was saying that she probably would do better dating as a single parent if she's had all the kids she wants, as opposed to frantically searching for a second long-term partner to have a kid with. So I think, having kids on your own is a constant conversation that especially friends of mine over a certain age are having. What does that even mean on your own? You can have incredibly supportive parents and friends, have less support if you are married. It's what is right for me versus what is the traditional timeline.
I was thinking about it too. We played the clip earlier, so I won't play it again. But Diane Keaton's movie about inheriting the baby when it's a movie, it's not in real life. Although she did adopt 2 kids in her 50s, but she inherited this baby when she was this hard driving career woman.
Oh, I know this movie. Yeah,
baby boom, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and she was a single woman doing it by herself. She had money.
Yeah, I mean, baby boom, when you talk about Gen X cultural moments for me as a 48-year-old growing up, I can think of about 10 movies and TV shows that set the tone for the single woman I wanted to be. And one was Diane Keaton inheriting some kid, which, by the way, now I don't need to inherit the kid. Like I'm fine just not having that responsibility. But this idea that she would go to Vermont or wherever she goes and start like an applesauce company and date Sam Shepard. Like, all of that seemed pretty great to me.
Oh, yeah. Sam Shepard.
But I put that in the category of moonlighting, right? Of these sort of 80s style, early 90s, like incredibly powerful women characters, beautifully portrayed of like, here's what it looks like to love your work, love what you do, build a family, build chosen family.
As a quick aside, I wasn't going to ask you this, but Diane Keaton figured in the lives of so many men too, but also women. There was kind of a shock at her death because she seemed to be with us from starting in the 70s right through the 2000s.
I find it interesting that my entire social media feed that day, beyond just honoring her work, was women, and this is obviously my feed, but women posting about her personal choices.
Yeah.
Women saying she didn't feel the need to do this or that. When she felt like doing this, she did this. She said this about her single life that I had not realized to what extent she was an incredible influence in just making choices that felt right to her.
Yeah.
And I feel really lucky that there were a lot of well-known personalities who shared about their personal choices and why certain things didn't look good to them. So, I mean, I hadn't thought of her beyond a fictional hero as being a real-life hero about life choices. But my gosh, I'm now thinking, well, she was really that the whole time.
What did she say about never marrying either De Niro or, well, Woody Allen's a whole other story. And who was it? Was it Warren? Who was the third one? Not Warren Beatty. Who was the was it Warren Beatty? Who was the third longtime lover in her life? Celebrity.
I don't know.
Pacino. Thank you. Pacino, not De Niro.
Okay.
Thank you, John, for that correction.
Yeah.
What did she ever
Woody
say
Allen
about saying? I know. Who's the third? There's a third huge star. Warren Beatty. Thank you. So,
yeah.
What did she say about staying single?
A lot of the quotes that have come up as these sort of like put it on a T-shirt, after her death was about trust, right? About like, if you don't have this and why do it at all? And also a big one that's come up in my feeds is about not wanting to be a wife, not finding it. It doesn't, at least in the context that she knew what that meant, it did not sound that appealing. And I think that's really interesting because what would it have meant, especially to be the wife of those people? I actually had a moment when she died where I thought, wait, was she married for? I couldn't even remember because even if she had been married, to me, she's Diane Keaton. She was never going to be associated. She was never going to be important
Through somebody, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was really helpful too. Of like, it better be pretty additive to do it, and she did not see it as being additive in a way that was a permanent choice.
Okay, so related to single mother by choice, one of the columns you wrote was about a woman who had a kid and none of her friends were reaching out to her to hang out with her and that sort of thing. So fill in the blanks there and then tell us what you told her, suggested she do.
This letter gave me a lot of guilt because this woman wrote in and said she'd had a kid and then where did everybody go? And this was really a recent, birth. This was a new phase of her life. And she was like, do I have to invite all these people to come over? They're not checking in. They're not coming over. And I really had to tell her, first of all, like, I'm sorry, it's so lonely. And we know from headlines that like, we need to really watch people who've had kids to make sure they're okay and they're adjusting okay and to get a sense of what the new normal is. But as a single childless or unmarried childless person and a longtime single childless person, I kind of thought I'd be in the way.
Yeah.
Like I showed up for really close family members or for my best friend. I showed up, but anybody else, I'm like, they don't want to deal with me right now.
Well,
Tell
the story though that you told about your friend and hanging out, which I thought was just beautiful.
So I had a friend, tying this back, it was actually in the Venice Airbnb with the half-empty bookshelf. She was staying. This friend of mine who had a child was staying in this Airbnb while her husband worked far away, and I went to visit, and we sat there, and she was, pumping, right? So she's got this like weird to me sci-fi apparatus on her that is not weird to anybody who has done this, and we just watched reality dating shows, and not shows that I really watch, right? But I was like, wait, this is great. Why am I not watching this? And we were just quiet and watching. And I thought, oh, this is what she wants. It's not that she needs me to get her things. It's not that she needs me to play with a baby. She just needs her friend to sit here.
Yeah.
And I needed to sit there. I missed her too. So I think really the message, one to this letter writer was ask people to come over. They just need the invitation. Don't think they're going to read your mind. And two, for people like me, it was like, oh, maybe you won't be in the way. Say, hey, do you want me to come over? They'll say no if they don't want it. So I think this happens a lot also after surgeries and, illness or losses. We never know if we're in the way or if we're going to be well received or if we're meddling. And the truth is, it's always worth asking.
Okay, Meredith, we're getting a lot of texts about the moving man segment. So I want to read one from Meredith. Different Meredith. When my marriage of 30 years broke up, I had to move out of the house I lived in and loved. When the movers came, I stayed sitting on the kitchen floor crying. One of the movers came over to me, scooched down, and put his arm around me. No words, just that. I will never forget it.
Neither will I.
I'm telling you,
that is beautiful.
There's a movie in this.
There is.
Yeah, there is. I think you have to have a happy one at the end. I guess you can do the heartbreaking ones in the middle. Well, what do I know about movies? I should shut up. But I think there's a movie. Absolutely. Meredith.
No, I think you're totally right because, there's probably some movers out there who would just leave. But when I look back, most of the movers I've had were that good. They were reading the room. They were saying, what can I do right now? And they were just like reassuring, this is going to be okay. This is going to be okay.
Yep. Then they have the college hunks. You can get the college hunks. Those are big movers, So if you want to get someone to put his arm around you who's a college hunk, I guess they're available.
Though? I don't know that the college hunks are always actually college hunks. What I always say is hire local. Hire local.
Okay.
Not just to keep it in the family of Massachusetts, but also because there's an understanding of where you're going.
Well, except Marjorie was going to say, she said off the air, 1-800-GET-HUNK is the number that she is called every time. I mean, you can admit that every time you move. Meredith, great to see you as always.
Thank you for the great podcast and the great columns. Great to talk to you, Meredith. See you later.
That moving thing is brilliant.
Is it?
Really
it's great.
It's
great. You got to listen to it. It's the Love Letters podcast. You got the Love Letters columns in the paper, then the Love Letters podcast, which you can get on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. We've been speaking with Meredith Goldstein, who is behind the Boston Globe's Love Letters column and the podcast. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to open the lines for some pillow talk, Jim. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
If you listen to Boston Public Radio 3 hours a day, that's 15 hours a week, 60 hours a month, and 720 hours a year. Maybe it's time you pitched in. Call 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
So here's the deal. For $10 a month or $120 all at once, the gift. What did you what's the noun you used in the last pledge?
Sustainer?
No. What is what do you call the gift? You don't call it a gift.
Enticement.
No, but that's not fair. Well, maybe it is an enticement, but in any case, for $10 a month, $120 all at once, there's this brand new tote bag. Didn't exist before this pledge drive, so it's a brand new kind of thing. It's got a statement on it. Public radio is a beacon of the free press, which obviously particularly matters now. It's a little purple and yellow old-style lantern thing, and it says GBH 89.7, which to me is the most important thing that it says on it. If you listen to shows on the station, and you listen to at least one, obviously, I'm sure you listen to others, you respect the work that our colleagues do, both on the air and behind the scenes, to make the on-the-air people able to do what they do. Here's your opportunity to try to fill the hole that people who don't believe in free speech, from Donald Trump on down, created when they abolished funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. What you do is you call 888-897-9424, go to gbhnews.org, even if you don't give a damn about the tote or you can't afford $10 a month, give what you can to support something that we hope matters a lot to you in your life.
We have some lovely texts, so I'm going to read complimentary things about us, Jim. Okay, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'm a sustaining member, and I'm sustained by GBH. That's from Marcia and Dedham. Arlene and Milton. I've been listening to Jim and Marjorie since they were on FM radio years ago. The show is such a perfect balance of news and humor. I look forward to this Jim and Marjorie's take on the daily news nightmare every day. That was very nice, Arlene. Thank you very much. Patricia in Dorchester says she likes our show and she loves all our guests. And then Katrina from Sandwich says, it breaks my heart that you lost funding. I love the show, Jim and Marjorie, and I come up on Fridays to listen and watch the show at the Boston Public Library, where we will not be this Friday, unfortunately.
But hopefully the next Friday.
888-897-9424 is the number, or gbhnews.org.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money to do what our colleagues and we try to do every single day. And here's your opportunity to show you care about it. And we understand if you're having tough times, give what you can give. Give, as Marjorie says, $5 a month, $5 once even, just to invest in something that obviously means something in your life. It's really fast, really easy. You call 888-897-9424. You go to gbhnews.org, and I know I speak for everybody on air and off here. We thank you. Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy and Marjorie. We're not at the library today. Won't be there Friday either. Don't ask. We'll tell you someday. But we are streaming at youtube.com/GBHnews. We talk a lot about relationships and politics of relationships on the show. So today we're going into the Beyond section of Bed, Bath, and Beyond with a conversation about pillows. Now, you may think a pillow can't possibly be political, but wow, would you be wrong? Just take it from recovering addict turned pillow magnet turned Trump acolyte, Mike Lindell. His book, Marjorie told me this morning, is like Crack is Me. What's the name of the thing?
From crack addict to CEO.
Oh, to CEO, right. No, it's not Crack is Me. It's Mike Lindell. Here he is at his deposition for lying about the 2020 election. Here he is.
And I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? When you say lumpy pillows, now you're an ass. You got that? You're an ass is what you are. No, he's an ass.
No,
he's an ambulance chasing ass.
By the way, that is all real. For those that don't, that is our favorite Mr. Pillow.
He lost the defamation case.
So we want to open the lines to ask you anything, anyone out there really. If you actually have a Mr. or My Pillow, I guess.
They're awful.
Please call into the show and tell us how it is at 877-301-8970. Of course, not everyone has that experience with Lindell's products. So we'll take your calls about anything pillow related. For example, what do you do if you have a pillow you really, really love? It gives you the best night's sleep ever, but you're going on vacation, Marjorie. Do you bring your pillow with you?
Absolutely.
What is the perfect pillow in your life? We're talking pillows in you, down feathers, human male-sized body pillows, the good, the bad, the strange, etc. 877-301-8970. You want to learn preparing for this segment here? There are 4 different, of course, I've lost the story here. Oh, here it is. There are 4 different sleep positions. Were you aware of this?
I am now.
Okay. Is supine how you say the word? Is that how you say that word?
Supine.
Supine, sorry, is lying on your back. I guess people knew that. Prone is on your front. Supportive side.
You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to sleep on your stomach.
Why not?
It's bad for your back.
Supportive side lying. It's on the side with the top knee behind the bottom knee. And what I do, at least try to do every night, provocative side lying. That's what they call it. On the side with the top knee forward of the bottom knee, whatever that means. And apparently, even though we're not going to tell you what it is, there is a pillow that is uniquely connected to each of those 4 kinds of sleeping positions.
In the Guardian. Madeline Aguilera or something like that.
Exactly.
Aguilera, she wrote the piece. And you know what we also learned? I did not know this.
What's
Pillows
that?
are becoming a big deal. Like we used to talk about how everybody had.
What are you talking
about?
It's huge.
Did you know that hotels have pillow menus? I did not know that.
What, are you going to order your kind of pillow?
Yes.
No, I did not know.
Okay, for example, there's this hotel in the upscale hotel in Charleston's South Carolina Historic District. Provides all guests with a complimentary sound sleep pillow menu with 7 different pillow options. Cool gel, hypoallergenic, sweetest massage. They go on and on and on.
What do you have, by the way? What do you have?
I have pillows that I bought at Bed Bath & Beyond where you could go in. It's no longer there, Bed Bath & Beyond. They could shut down. But you could go in and you could put your head and neck on all these pillows.
You could?
Yes. And, you take them home, obviously, and you get a washed up pillow cover, and then you get the pillowcase. You have to have a pillow protector. You know that, Jim, before you put the pillowcase on.
You do? Okay,
yes,
fine.
you do. Plastic. Well, it shouldn't be plastic.
You know what the worst pillows are, since
What?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Down are bad.
Down are horrible.
They're bad.
And they're the
bad.
most expensive.
I know.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
They're like feathers, and they're nothing
You
there.
want a supportive
exactly.
pillow. You have some gel thing, you told me.
No, I have a Tempur-Pedic.
Oh, a Tempur-Pedic.
Well, every time they go on sale, I buy a Tempur-Pedic. They're great.
With the Tesla.
By the way, you know what I did when I got my Tempur-Pedic? This is a true story. The night I had it, I went to the Harvard bookstore. I bought Crack Is My Pillow by Mike Lindell. What's it called?
It's Crack Addict to CEO.
I bought that. That's what I bought.
Well, you have to commend him.
I bought
He's
it.
no longer a crack addict.
No, he's
That's
not.
good. That's good.
Can we, by the way, I know this is really not on point, but it'll make me very happy. Can we hear Mike Lindell's deposition once again? Because it really was, this is real. This is a lawyer asking a question, and Mike
This
Lindell.
is the Dominion. This is when he was saying the
Dominion
election
case.
was stolen and the Dominion voting machine.
He lost
people,
that. He settled.
lost it for $2.5 million,
whatever it is.
something
Here
like
is
that.
the lawyer and then Mr. Pillow himself
Mr. Pillow.
responding. Here it is.
And I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? When you say lumpy pillows, now you're an ass. You got that? You're an ass. Is what you are. No, he's an ass. He's an ambulance chasing ass.
Okay, well, maybe
I think that's how you endear yourself to
Yeah.
the judge and the jury, by calling everybody a-holes.
Here's an
Probably not the
anonymous
way to
texter. I had a dream last night. My dream was that I was eating a giant marshmallow. I woke up, my pillow was gone. It's a good one. It sounds like an old joke, but
There we
it's pretty
go.
good.
Somebody says they have a natural latex pillow that I love. No chemicals. Aren't there chemicals in latex?
No.
Provides a lot of support without being too stiff.
You know what I
okay.
do? Oh, go ahead.
Well, did you have a king-size pillow, standard pillow? Everybody used to put throw pillows on their bed. That was supposed to be, you put the
Oh,
pillow
you're not supposed to do that anymore.
That's gone. So
That's gone.
how many throw pillows do you have hanging
But you know
around
what
your
I found
house?
weird about
Didn't you
that?
tell me you had like 25
No,
pillows?
you told me you had like 25
No, you said you had
pillows.
decorative pillows everywhere.
No, I did not. You told me you did this morning. By the way, can I say one other thing? You know what I never understood? You'd go to somebody's house. This is like 10 years ago,
Yep.
before throw pillows were out of style. And you'd go in their bedroom. I mean, whatever. You go in their bedroom, and on top of the pillows on which they sleep were like 20 other pillows. And you say to yourself,
That's right.
so you got to take the 20 pillows
correct.
off the bed every night, and then when you wake up and you make the bed, you got to put the 20 pillows back on the bed?
It's gone out of style now, apparently, Jim. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So what do you do with all the 20 pillows that you used to have in addition to the regular pillows on the bed? It's hard to throw these things out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, somebody just texts and says, buckwheat husk pillows.
I don't know about
Ever heard
that.
of those?
No.
They're the best, the texter says. Feels like it's full of beans. Stomp your head and it doesn't move the whole night long. Stays cool as well.
So again, we're looking, if anybody has read Just Say No to Down, Say Yes to Crack, that is the book, Mr. Pillow.
Okay.
We would like to talk to you at 877-301-8970.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Live, local, 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. Jim Braude, Marjorie Egan, Boston Public Radio. It's here on GBH Radio because of your support. Now's your chance to keep the conversation going. Give online at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
So here's another example. Margot from Woodbridge, Connecticut is not only kind enough to make a contribution, she's kind enough to take the time to write this. I so enjoy Jim and Marjorie in my studio and my car as well. The people who they have on are just amazing. We agree. Our guests are spectacular. You know what's great?
What's great?
I bump into people more than occasionally who listen to us at work in their studio. That's really great. I mean, they really integrated into your day. Doesn't that make you feel good?
Yeah. No, we went out with two colleagues last night.
We did.
And the people at the restaurant came over and said that they liked the show. That was very nice.
And you know
too.
what I did? Marjorie didn't like this. I asked them who they preferred, me or Marjorie. And all three of them, they're really nice women. They panicked and they left the restaurant. They really felt I was putting them under.
They panicked.
I think they were about to say you, which obviously would have been a problem.
Yeah. No, that's a really lovely thing. I mean, it's a really lovely thing. I'm serious about it. And I just think it's terrible that that this administration has been so hostile to not just public radio, but public television as well.
And to speech.
And to
in
free
general.
speech. Yeah, to free speech
In any
general.
case, if you want to be the antidote to that.
The antidote
to that, it's tote bag time. It's a brand new tote bag, never before, so it's not one of those things we do every year in pledge. I don't mean to disparage them, of course, but this is a new thing. It's got a little slogan on it. Public radio is a beacon of the free press. The free press. It's got an old-style lantern and 89.7 GBH on it. And for $10 a month, $120 all at once, and what you support is people like Marjorie and me and all of our incredibly skilled and hardworking colleagues down the hall in the control room now. So please do it. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Listen to this from Eve from Brooktondale, New York.
Yeah.
If I could afford it, I would pay for all the broadcasts. Keep hanging in there.
That's pretty great.
Kevin from Nahant. Just wanted to let Jim and Marjorie see what I just did there. Oh, he spelled my name wrong. Making fun of the way you used to say it, Marguerite. Nobody says you say it that way
it was
anymore.
a technological problem there.
Okay, but very clever, Kevin from Nahant. Anyway, I just want to let us know that I have been listening for so many years that my hair has turned gray from the time I started to today. I love the show and support a free press. Keep doing what you do so well. I mean, that is what it's about. It is about a free press, which is not popular with certain people in Washington. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're not at the library today. We're not at the library Friday. Possibly next week. Likely next week. We'll let you know. We're streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We're talking about sort of Boston pillow radio, for lack of a better expression.
That's right.
We're talking about pillows and you. Here's Elle from West Roxbury, Marjorie. I'm 42. I feel like my life's quest has been and will always be chasing the perfect pillow.
Yeah.
Where is it? I am a side sleeper, Elle says. Have gotten close with a Casper standard pillow, but only if I'm on a foam mattress. It hurts my neck on a traditional mattress. And yes, I travel with it, but I'm constantly searching, yearning, hoping I should try a Mr. Pillow, a whole lumpy pillow, and that might solve the problem.
I think it's my pillow, not Mr. Pillow.
Did I say Mr.
He's
Pillow?
Mr. Pillow. Well, it's okay. I say that all the time, too. But I think it's my pillow. Julie from Needham points this out because she said, my husband needed a new pillow and ordered one online. When the box came, I saw the My Pillow logo, and I lost it. Said, absolutely not. I couldn't believe it. He had no idea of the connection. Needless to say, I made him return the pillows.
How many pillows?
It was horribly lumpy.
How many pillows do you sleep on?
One.
Just one?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, if you read the
I
story...
have a second one propped up at a particular angle.
Well, you can have it behind the one pillow if you want.
But behind and slightly below.
Oh,
Do you not
so you
find
have,
that
so you have a kind of a one and a half.
Like a one and a half
pillow
scheme,
thing.
yes.
Well, if you want to read it in The Guardian, I mean, they have this whole primer today on what kind of pillows you're supposed to have if you sleep on your stomach, which is bad, on your back, or sideways.
How about the provocative lie side?
Yeah, I thought that was a weird way to call
That's
it.
their term.
What are you trying to provoke in your sleep?
Exactly,
That's what I wanted to
my
know.
point.
Are you doing something provocative and
Yes.
kind of a... Is that sort of a sexual thing, do you think?
I believe Mr. Pillow started that in the cracked phase of his career, the provocative lie.
Okay.
In any case, Don on the road says, my pillow, this is totally true, Donna. My pillow keeps getting smaller. What is going on? Is this a scheme to get me to buy a new one before it disappears? And Michelle in Wilbraham says, this is great. The best pillow I've ever had is my 95-pound Labrador Olin. That's pretty great. Let's go to Caroline in Boston. We're talking
Caroline.
pillows here. Hi.
Hi, I'm a regular sustainer, so I'm
Very kind.
paying your salary, and I enjoy your show.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
So I love my crack pillows. They're great. I sleep with 4 pillows on my bed, and we have my pillows all over the house. And we got them at the Christmas tree shop, not from Mike Lindell directly, because they were cheaper at the Christmas tree shop.
Yeah. So why do you like them?
They're not bad.
they have those weird logos all over them, those weird little insignia. What are those, do you think, Caroline? I could never figure it out. You know what I mean? If you look at the pillow.
Marjorie, you're supposed to put a pillow cover on them and then put another pillowcase on top, and then you don't see them because they're good for sleeping, not for staring at.
But aren't you curious?
She got you on that one.
Aren't you curious what they are, though, Caroline? Don't you wonder what the message is?
No, I don't.
Some kind of drug
make sure I have comfortable pillows.
No, it's actually a QR code directly to the drug dealer. But you're right. You covered up, Caroline.
I passed the drug dealer, and I went to the middleman. I went to the Christmas tree shop.
Perfect. Caroline, that was an excellent call. Thank you, and thank you for being a sustainer. Now, do you know who texted us?
I just see
Irene Monroe. I don't think we can say. She is trashing a particular pillow. She actually sent us I don't know if this is Amazon, wherever. Yeah, it is an Amazon purchase. This is not a good pillow. I purchased this pillow on September 30th, Irene says.
Mm-hmm.
This is Reverend Irene Monroe. 2 days later, I had to go to the chiropractor. I'm back to sleeping on my arm. Best and cheapest pillow ever. Now, let me just say, I hate to disagree with the Reverend Irene Monroe. Sleeping with that pillow is one of the most unpleasant things I've ever done in my life. Would you agree with that?
That pillow that we're looking at right now?
No, with no pillow.
With no pillow. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
You have to sleep on your forearm.
Yeah.
There's a picture of Mr. Pillow right there, Jim. Listen to this.
Yeah.
My ex-boyfriend once got a My Pillow at the now shuttered Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah.
After we broke up, he later became a gun-toting, anti-vax pilfering Trump nut. It was clearly a slippery slope from My Pillow to Donald Trump, says Sarah from Waltham.
Wow.
There you go.
It's an incredible
So
story.
be on your guard there.
That's why he's in the business, actually. Caroline and Newton, you're on Boston Public Radio. Hi there. Welcome.
Hi, how are you both?
We're good, I think. Hi.
So I wanted to respond. There was a previous caller about a buckwheat pillow.
Yes.
I've had one for about, I want to say about almost 20 years now I've used it.
Really?
An acupuncturist recommended it because I was having a lot of neck issues.
Oh.
And you get the buckwheat, you get it separately on Amazon, and you stuff the pillowcase with as much as or as little as you want. And it can like flatten out after a while, so you can put more in. But
So it's like a do-it-yourself pillow kind of thing. That is.
Yeah, kind of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's great.
I do take it with me. When I travel.
Hey, Caroline, thank you.
Is it heavy? Caroline, is it heavy?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, not really. I mean, maybe heavier than a regular pillow, like a foam pillow, but it fits just on top of like a rolling suitcase. It's not huge.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, they say, Caroline, thank you for the call. They're saying that more and more people do travel with their pillows. They don't want to have to go through a horrible night in some hotel room, or if they go rent a place for the week. And then if you go to a place where, it's maybe has some unfortunate disaster, like some kind of flooding, that you might get a pillow that smells moldy. Imagine that would be awful. And I think people don't want to put their face on something they don't know where it's been.
Now, can I say something here?
Yes.
Because Marjorie, which is not that unusual, has been totally unfair to Mr. Pillow.
Yep.
I just went to the site, which of course is mypillow.com.
Yep, mypillow.com.
In addition to getting a pillow for $14.98, I can't get much cheaper than that. It's made out of cardboard, by the way.
That might be the problem.
Listen to this. There's a 50% sale right now, 50% off on My Cross necklaces, which is the exact replica of the cross that Mr. Pillow wears out in the world when he's
there you go.
Going from crack to CEO. That was the exact thing. It was 50% off with this promo code. You keep talking.
Okay.
Oh,
a texter.
It's ordinarily $249.98
for the cross.
It's a mere $124.99.
Wow.
With a promo code. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
You. Yeah.
A texter says, my husband has 2 of those devil pillows. They try to smother me at night. I would set them on fire, but the crack they're stuffed with would probably kill us if it ignited.
It's unbelievable. He has coffee. He has energy drinks. He's got crosses that are 50% off. The guy can really do it.
I had one of Mr. Pillows until the day I heard what a nut he is. My pillow went straight into the trash. I now have a wonderful pillow that I bought on Amazon. Please forgive me, Pam from Groveland.
Aren't you worried when you spend a decent amount of money on a pillow online that the pillow won't live up to your expectations?
That's one of the reasons. I don't know where to go now. That I used to go, like I said, to Bed Bath & Beyond. You go to plan on spending some time there and try out the pillows in the store. You could try them out and you could feel, because you have to have your neck and your head straight for your spine. You know what I mean? You want to have one that's going to support your head and your neck. And since I have a big head and you have a bigger head.
No, why do you have to say that? Every time you say, we have to take a break, by the way. But I would say if there were a comparative head size contest,
yours
I would
is bigger.
say I would come in a distant,
I don't know.
distant second.
I don't care.
Okay. Was that yesterday's woman? She was, I think that was, she was fabulous.
Okay, we're talking about pillows and you. How do you feel about your pillow? How do you get the right pillow? And how do you feel about Mr. Pillow? 877-301-8970. Quick break, right back.
It's time to support Boston Public Radio on GBH. Listener contributions pay for the program and keep it on the air. You don't have to give much to make a difference, but please make a difference by giving now at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
So I'll go back to what I've said in previous pledges. We have these pledges a few times a year because most of our money comes from generous listeners like you. Thank God, because we'd really be in trouble if we didn't have such generous listeners. We'd get most of our money from you. We get 8% from the government. The government has now shut that down. And that doesn't include the licensing fees, etc. So, but if we didn't have these pledge breaks when we're pledge breaks when we're asking for contributions, we'd have commercials. And Jim and I, some of the texters have mentioned, we did commercial radio for quite a while. I don't know, about 10 years, was it? And the commercials were 3 times an hour, and they were like 6 minutes long. They were really, really ridiculous. We don't have that anymore. We have these occasional pledge breaks during the year, and they're not that, they don't last that long. So anyway, it's our opportunity to ask if you can contribute, if you like what you hear on the station, you like what you see on the TV station, 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
Remember the biggest selling thing on those commercials? Remember that book, There's Crack in My Voting Machine? Do you remember that? That was huge, with a little picture of Jim and Marjorie. It was written by Mr. Pillow, but he put our name on. Okay, so here's your, what am I talking? Oh, your opportunity to make contribution, whatever amount moves you. And if you're not into the tote bag, which I really don't understand, because I would love one of these tote bags, it's 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. It takes like a minute. Give whatever you can. If you have time to leave a statement or something that you want us to read on the air that makes us and our colleagues feel really good. And if you do want the tote bag and you have $10 a month, $120 all at once, it's really good. It's high quality. They last. What are you laughing about?
Some of the texts.
We'll get back to them in a couple of seconds. Again, so if you can become a sustaining member, that means there's a number, a certain amount that you decide upon. It's taken out of your checking account or your credit card every single month. You can change it, end it whenever you want. And it allows you to be a supporter of something that it's very hard for me to talk because Marjorie's laughing in the background at something, which we'll get to in a minute. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Okay. You ready?
No, we're not done. We have 20 seconds left.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Here's the number again.
Marjorie really doesn't
it's
get what we're doing here, though.
888-897-9424. GBH News is the number is the website where you can securely contribute. And we very, very much appreciate your contributing because, as I said, you're the ones that support us.
That's a very good point.
888-897-9424.
Excellent point, Marjorie.
Okay.
Bye. Marjorie wasn't really into that because she's reading the text. You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. We are not at the library today, nor will we be there Friday. Jared is at the library with the Culture Show today and Friday. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH. We're doing pillow talk with you guys, and Marjorie would like to say something. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm in the wrong place. I've goofed this up, but I'll give you what I've got. Yeah. I just ordered a George Soros pillow. I heard they are great. Here's an idea, Jim. Yeah. Put the 20 outdated throw pillows in the zillion tote bags you have accumulated. Love your show, says a first-time texter.
Do you have any
tote
throw pillows left? No, throw pillows left over?
They're in my closet.
What is the point of keeping them?
I don't know. I don't know. I have clothes I can't throw out. I have pillows I can't throw out. When I was a kid, my brother had a Tempur-Pedic pillow. One time we went on vacation to skiing. He put it in the back of our dad's truck. The pillow was in the freezing cold truck bed, so when we got to the house and went to go to bed, he had to sleep sleep on a frozen concrete block. It took an hour or so to thaw. It was also deadly in a pillow fight. Are we done?
To show over the one last text. Did you read the highlighted one?
I had my pillow for close to 40 years. They don't make things like they used to. It's pretty much flat and being held together with a pillow protector. My wife thinks it's ridiculous. I got this pillow when my parents got divorced. It's more like my comfort blanket. I plan to die and be buried with it.
That's beautiful. So we're
Okay.
going to say thank you for watching.
Thank you very much for tuning in today. I really appreciate everybody that took the time to call in. Tomorrow we are not going to be at the Boston Public Library. We're going to have a great show nonetheless. Political analyst Chuck Todd is going to be with us, former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety Andrea Cabral, CNN senior legal analyst Elie Honig on his new book, When You Come at the King, Inside DOJ's Pursuit of the President from Presidents from Nixon to Trump. He is really a great attorney, very smart guy, and Brookline's own comedian and actor Alex Edelman. I can't wait to talk to him. He's a riot. We want to thank our crew, Zoe Matthews, Aidan Collin, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss. Additional support from Mira Donaldson, Maddie Garr, Brad Lewis ran our YouTube stream. Thank you, Brad. Our engineer, John the Claw Parker. Our executive producer, Jenny Bologna. The Culture Show with Jared Bowen. They are about to start broadcasting right live from the library. So if you're down there in the area, or you can stop in there. Which stop is it? The Copley Square stop in the Green Line. It's a great show, and the library is a really fun place to be. We are not there, obviously. I'm Jim. Oops. I'm Marjorie.
This is going well. It's sort of how the show started. At 11 o'clock, it ends exactly the same way. Try again. No, try again. There's no reason you can't do it twice.
No, I'm not going to say it again. I'm Marjorie Egan.
That's right. And I am
Jim Browdy.
That is exactly right.
Thank you for tuning in.
By the
and
way.
thank you for taking the time to donate today. And thank you for your lovely words of encouragement.
And thank
you
to
really
Mr. Pillow,
appreciate it.
by the way,
and
for
thank you,
providing
Mr.
us.
Pillow. Crack addict to cocaine. Hope is never lost.
Crack addict to cocaine. See you later. Bye.
Boston Public Radio today was made possible by our listener contributors and local businesses. That support is the only way to keep Boston Public Radio on the radio. So please do your part during this fall membership drive online at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424. I'm Maeve Buckley, and I'm joined by Melissa Jones.
The bill passed by Congress to claw back approved federal funding for public media was just one of many attacks from the White House to eliminate our service. What we know now is that more listener support is the only way to secure the future of GBH. Please stand for independent journalism and a free press in this country by giving now. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And we have a goal of just 18 people we are looking to hear from. 18 people to wrap up Boston Public Radio today. We've got about 7 minutes left to go and 18 people to hear from. If you've made your contribution, thank you so much for doing your part. If you have yet to give, now is the perfect time to do so. If you've sat on the sidelines during past membership drives, please step up now as a sustaining member or make a one-time gift. That money you give right now will help ensure the future of NPR and GBH News and Boston Public Radio and all the programs that you value here. 888-897-9424. Every dollar makes a huge difference here. Again, that number 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
Support GBH right now, and you can pick up our brand new GBH tote bag as our thank you gift to you. It's got the statement, public radio is a beacon of the free press. It's on a natural cotton tote. It's yours to take to the store, to the library, wherever you need a tote bag. And hey, it's a pledge drive, so tote bag. But really, it's the free press that empowers people to make informed decisions and participate meaningfully in civic life. And when you support GBH, that is what you are doing with your dollars. So what better way to celebrate your support than with this free press tote bag? It's yours with a $10 a month gift right now or $120 all at once. Just go to gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424 and ask for the tote bag.
Think about all you've heard on GBH just in the past few months. That's what your investment supports. It's high-quality news, in-depth reporting, and connections to your neighbors and the world. Please become a new sustaining member with an ongoing contribution of just $5. And the next time you listen to GBH and you hear something you really like, you'll know that you helped make it possible. 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
Becoming a sustainer is a great way to support GBH right now because for us, it means that we've got that steady stream of income we can rely on, and that is more important now than ever before. But for you, it also means that you know that you're always giving, that your membership support is always happening. It's in the monthly amount that works just right for you, and you might find that over time you end up getting to be more generous to GBH, which of course you want to do. So it's a win-win for everybody when you can become a sustainer right now. $5 a month, $10 a month, get that great tote bag. We hope that you'll give now at gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
Thank you so much to Linda in Melrose who made a contribution. We also heard from Jane in Westport who says, I love GBH radio. I listen all of the time. I love that you stand with the facts and are calling today because we need it. Thank you so much, Jane. Joint Jane and Linda and everyone. Tracy in Fremont, New Hampshire, thank you so much. Beth in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, thank you. One of our newest members. Join them by calling 888-897-9424 or making that gift online at gbhnews.org.
You know, we're looking for just 12 more people to give in the next just 5 minutes to wrap things up on track for this hour and keep us going on schedule for this drive. So that's what we're looking for you is right now 12 people. Give us a call right now at 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
And ask for the GBH 89.7 Beacon of a Free Press tote bag as our thanks for your contribution of just $10 per month as a sustaining member or a one-time gift of $120 all at once. Either way, you are supporting your listening here right now in this critical moment, and you are showing off that you are a fan of GBH and supporting the free press. 888-897-9424. Make that call. Ask for that tote bag as our thanks for your support. You can also check out an image of what it looks like when you make your gift online at gbhnews.org.
I just want to ask you quick, when are you going to make that call or that gift online? Because it's easy to put off. It's easy to think, I'll get to it later. Let's face it, you're going to forget. I'd forget. You're with us right now. We're asking you right now. Takes just a couple of minutes. We try to make it as easy and simple as possible for you to come on board and become a member, make an additional gift right now. You call us at 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org. We just need a little bit of information from you. You tell us the amount that you'd like to give, and you are on your way, and you're supporting. gbhnews.org, 888-897-9424.
Oh, this is fantastic. Stephen in Brighton, thank you so much for your contribution. Also, Mark in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, thank you so much. Also, Tanya in East Walpole, thank you for your contributions, all getting us closer to reaching our goal. This is fantastic. We're down to just 7 more people to hear from. We got just about 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes left to go in this hour, but we can do it. If you have yet to make your gift of support, help us cross that finish line. That keeps us on track for the overall goal in this very critical fall membership drive here. 888-897-9424 or make your gift online at gbhnews.org.
You know, a lot of people are really excited about that great new tote bag we have. Public radio is a beacon of the free press. Take that with you. Show off that you stand for the free press. You stand for democracy in Boston and across the country. And you've got that great bag to take with you wherever you go. And you need a bag. And I don't know about you, I'm always in need of a bag. We can help you with that when you help us out right now. It's a $10 a month sustaining gift or $120 all at once right now. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And GBH's most important source of funding is listener contributions. So your donation is more important than ever now that we've lost our federal funding. We understand not everyone can give right now, but if you have the means, please make a contribution. Your support will help us maintain our service to you at a time it's needed most and ensure fact-based journalism is available to everyone, whether they can afford to give or not. Call 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
We're looking for just a couple more people to join with us to make sure we stay on track for this hour. Remember, now is the time to give. You're listening. It's important. You value it. We need your help more than ever. And frankly, if you use it and depend on it, you should help pay for it. Isn't that right? gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and Global View Communications, providing customized inclusion business strategy, market research, and recruiting solutions for over 25 years. Global View Communications. Inclusion, it's worth it. InclusionIt'sWorthIt.com. And Safety Insurance, offering auto insurance policies designed to help for when the worst happens. You can ask an independent agent about safety insurance. Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Art by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show. Coming up today, glass artist Josh Simpson. For 50 years, he's turned molten glass into miniature worlds, shimmering planets that capture the mystery and beauty of the cosmos. His work fuses chemistry, color, and imagination, bridging art and astrophysics. Now that lifelong fascination has drawn NASA's attention, Simpson has been awarded a research grant to explore how lunar dust could be melted into glass, all to create real shelters on the moon from the same material that inspires his art. From there, it's Los Angeles artist Patrick Martinez. He's an observer and a listener, absorbing how lives are lived. The stories fuel his work in creating the language of a city by way of blazing neon signs. In the Boston Public Art Triennial, he brings that vision to downtown Boston with Cost of Living, a series of glowing works that ask us to look closer at who and what we choose to see, especially around the plight of the homeless. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's art and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from our studio at the Boston Public and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I know it's a little confusing this week. Jim and Marjorie are not here, but we will also be back here on Friday. But now for today's show. For 50 years, glass artist Josh Simpson has been turning chemistry, physics, and wonder into art, crafting luminous worlds in miniature. His signature planets, swirls of color and complexity sealed inside glass, capture his lifelong fascination with space, science, and the possibility of other civilizations beyond our own. Now that fascination has come full circle. Simpson has just received a NASA research grant to explore how glass could be made on the moon using lunar dust, or regolith, which is rich in silica. That's the same ingredient found in sand here on Earth. The idea? Heat that dust to extreme temperatures, melt it down, and blow or mold it into strong glass-like shelters that could one day protect astronauts from radiation and the harsh lunar environment. This isn't a solo mission. Simpson is partnering with architect Martin Bermudez of Skyports LLC in this effort, a collaboration chosen from among hundreds of proposals. Josh Simpson's latest book is Josh Simpson, 50 Years of Visionary Glass, and his retrospective of the same name is on view at the Sandwich Glass Museum through the end of October. Josh Simpson, welcome back to The Culture Show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, this is wild, isn't it? What you might be able to do?
It does seem totally crazy. 50 years ago, 54 years ago, from 1969 to 1971, 6 Apollo missions brought 12 lunar astronauts to the moon. And those astronauts, along with all the scientific research they did, collected about 840 pounds of lunar rocks and regolith, that is the soil that's on the moon, and they brought those things back to Earth. Those samples that they brought back are literally the most studied rocks in history by geologists. And what they discovered was that lunar regolith, the soil on the moon, is about 50% silica. And silica, of course, is the primary ingredient in making glass. And it would be, right now, when we go back to the moon, which we're planning to do, or NASA's planning to do, we'd have to bring everything with us. But if we could go to the moon and use materials that are already loaded in situ to build habitats, some kind of structures that could protect astronauts, that'd be literally game-changing, because we wouldn't have to bring all that material up from Earth's gravity well up to the moon. And so that's what my partner Martin Bermudez and I were thinking about. And there's a program at NASA it's something. It's called NIAC. It's NASA's Innovative Advanced Concepts Program, and they give out small grants to ideas. NIAC at NASA is this interesting group that thinks about what could happen, not right away, but in 20 years or 30 years or 50 years from now. Things that seem like science fiction, but that really could come true.
Is this something you had to move yourself toward once you understood that you had this opportunity to put this before NASA, or is this something you had been thinking about?
Well, it's something we were thinking of, and then we learned of this NIAC grant program, and we applied for it. And amazingly enough, out of more than 400 applicants, they chose 15 people, 15 groups, and those groups were MIT Jet Propulsion Lab, Goddard Space Flight Center, Northwestern University, Ames Research, and Martin and Josh.
This is fantastic.
And so it was just funny to just see our two names there. And once we got the grant, it's a small grant, but it allowed me to buy a furnace, and it allowed me to buy lunar regolith simulant. So it's a very precisely chemically the same as lunar soil.
Well, let me ask you, before we get to the process of it and how you could do that on the moon and how you would do that, is there more opportunity because of the regolith, this very particular soil on the moon, than you have here on Earth?
Well, on Earth, we can mine silica and find all the right materials in different parts of the Earth to make glass, and that's what we do. We mine silica, sodium carbonate, sodium nitrate, different. Actually, to make glass, I should go back a step. To make glass, you need silica. Silica by itself melts at incredibly high temperatures, 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is an impractically hot temperature to reach. But by adding a flux to silica, you can bring that melting temperature down to about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. But glass also needs one other thing. It needs three things altogether. It needs silica, a flux, but it also needs a stabilizer. As it happens, lunar regolith also has calcium oxide and magnesium oxide, which are the stabilizers that make glass stable. So lunar regolith, the soil on the moon, has two of the things we need to make glass. All we need is a flux to help it melt.
So how encompassing is your proposal? Is it about how you would work with the silica likeness, the regolith, and also how you would actually manufacture this on the moon?
Well, that's the idea. In the beginning, it seems like such a preposterous idea, but actually the moon itself is an incredibly inhospitable place. It has 1/6 the gravity of Earth. It's a complete vacuum. There's no atmosphere. There are no clouds. And so on the moon, actually a lunar day lasts 14 Earth days long, followed by a 14 Earth day night. And the temperature swings are unbelievable. It goes from about 250 degrees Fahrenheit up during high noon to minus 250 degrees at night. And so that's a 500 degree temperature swing. And so it's a pretty inhospitable place. But on the other hand, with solar panels, you can make, during that 14 days of sunlight, without clouds to get in the way or atmosphere, you can make a phenomenal amount of power. And with that power, with electric power, you can make heat. And so it is theoretically possible to produce enough heat to melt thousands of pounds, if not thousands of tons of lunar regolith to make glass.
And you would be making enough glass that this is all presuming that we're all going to last beyond 50 years to see this all happen, but that you would be able to, NASA would be able to create housing and structures.
The idea is glass is a pretty well-known substance on Earth. It's been manufactured and we've made objects out of it for at least 2,000 years. There's glass examples in Tutankhamun's grave in Egypt. And so it's a fairly mature industry. The theory is, and I think it could work, is that we'd get to the moon with a furnace that would be brought from the Earth to the moon by rocket, by some enormous rocket, you'd pile literally the dust, the dirt that you found, the regolith that was on the ground into that furnace, along with flux. We'd have to bring something like 30% of flux up with us by weight and mix those together and melt it. And then the idea would be to literally blow a bubble that you could live in, that could become a structure. And our thought was to have concentric bubbles, an outer one followed by a number of inner ones that would be filled with argon gas and filled also with loose regolith to protect against gamma radiation and the harsh environment of space. We're worried about micrometeorites and things like that. But the idea is that there'd be a protective shell.
Well, I'm hearing you talk about this. We both kind of couched it. It's wild. It's outrageous. Who would think? But the longer you've spent with this, the more time you've had to consider it. Has it seemed at all more practical to you?
Well, the beginning, getting this grant from this sort of far-reaching group at NASA, the NIAC people, Innovative Advanced Concepts Group, allowed me to purchase lunar regolith simulant. So it's chemically exactly the same. And so with that, I started, this was my summer project, to begin to melt that regolith to see if I could make a glass that could be blown or that would flow or that would act like glass does here on Earth. I thought I would have to melt literally hundreds of samples. But I started by taking the regolith and adding different fluxes like lithium carbonate, barium carbonate, sodium carbonate, nitrox, which is potassium carbonate or potassium nitrate. I tried all kinds of different fluxes, and I'd add just a little bit in small amounts until after only about 12 or 15 melts in this little furnace that I had, it began to look like glass. At first it looked like sand that was just ugly. But it eventually became liquid, and by melt number 21, amazingly, I was confident enough that it was a glass that could be blown that I melted a larger batch of it.
Did you expect to be in the hundreds, if not more, before something like that would happen?
I was prepared for that. I thought it would take months and months and months of experimenting, because you have an idea of what might work. You take and carefully measure that chemistry out, and then you put it in a furnace and heat it up, and then you have to wait 24 hours or longer for it to cool back down and see what you've got. And I had to do that repeatedly over and over and over again. But it started to work out.
Well, I'm going to pause here because we have to take a quick break for our NPR pledge drive. But when we come back, first of all, I love that they have an artist doing this. I think this is a very significant choice that they've made, and we'll talk more about what this can do. I'm speaking with glass artist Josh Simpson about his NASA research grant to explore how glass habitats can be made on the moon. We'll continue that conversation in just a moment on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
You are listening to The Culture Show here on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick, the third Culture Show co-host, and right now just giving you an opportunity to become a part of the GBH family. With me in that endeavor is the one and only Henry Santoro.
Thank you so much, EBH on GBH. Support GBH right now at $10 a month. Well, thank you with our new GBH tote bag. It is totally awesome. The new tote bag features the Statement Public Radio as a beacon of the free press, along with a purple and yellow old-style lantern that pops out against the natural cotton tote. Sign up as a sustaining member to GBH at $10 a month to give $120 all at once. Ask for the GBH tote bag. You can give online at gbhnews.org or call someone really nice at 888-897-9424.
You know, during past fund drives, we would talk a lot about the fact that our budget, only a small percentage of our budget came from the federal government. We liked it that way because getting the most out of the support from our community makes us accountable to you. Now, that little bit from the government, it turns out, is not nothing, and that little bit is now gone. So we are asking you to step up maybe a little bit higher, maybe one more step if you're already on the staircase with us, and just make that contribution that you can to keep us strong. That money is gone, and so we're asking you to maintain the services that people have come to rely on. Again, we've talked about this for many years. We do not air commercials. We put programming out there for free to everybody. The whole idea behind what we do is access, equal access to everyone. We want to keep the stuff that we do here at GBH free for everybody. So if you want to support that right now, you can. It's very easy. You make a simple phone call, you head to the website, you toss us some bucks. That's what we're asking you to do right now. 888-897-9424. If you want to do it online, gbhnews.org.
And the best way to toss us some bucks is to do it on the Sustaining Membership as a monthly giving plan. It's very easy to do. It's very easy to give. You pick an amount to charge each month on your credit card, or you can just charge $10 or $15 a month. All it takes is just a little bit of money and a little bit of time, and you can give more if you've already on the Sustainer plan. It really adds up. Every single penny, whatever your budget allows is fine with us. We are okay with it. It just takes a couple of minutes to do. You sign up at 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
One of the things we certainly heard a lot in the news, if you follow the news, and if you listen to us, we were going to guess you probably follow the news. But, in this argument about whether or not the federal government should be funding something like public broadcasting, a lot of questions were asked about why do we need public broadcasting? And I would say one of the reasons we need it is because we do things a little differently. We operate differently. We operate on listener support. And that means when we're making programming, we're thinking a lot about how we can bring something distinct to the air, how we can do something that you can't get anywhere else. I'm looking right now on my screen at Henry. Right now, we're listening to The Culture Show. That is the only show in this region that is daily, that is dedicated wholly to arts and culture. If this is the kind of programming that you want to keep strong, you want to keep on the air, and you want to keep free, not just for yourself, but for all of your neighbors, then you can make that contribution right now. 888-897-94. If you want to do it on the phone, you can do it online at gbhnews.org. Really, the important thing is to just do it.
And we can entice you with the GBH tote bag, brand new. We brought it out. We've taken the wraps off this thing for today, the first day of the membership drive. Nobody has seen this bag, but you can check it out right now at gbhnews.org. Support GBH. A simple $10 a month will thank you with our new GBH tote bag. As a thank you item, the new tote features the statement, "Public radio is a beacon of free press," along with a purple-yellow old-style lantern that pops out against that natural cotton tote. Now, it is cotton, so that means it's eco-friendly.
Nice.
That means it's totally sustainable.
Oh, you don't get puns like this anywhere else. If I know one thing about Henry Santoro, it's that he's going to come at you with a pun that you were not expecting. That's one of the reasons we love him. That's one of the reasons I love GBH. I hope you do too, and you can make that contribution. We, like Henry said, this is the beginning of the drive. We pulled out the tote bag. I think it is the most classic way to thank you for your support. So $10 a month right now, and we can thank you with that brand new tote bag. And again, really, this is our way of thanking you. But the important thing is that when you make that contribution, you are keeping us strong right now. 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org. That's the way to do it. And thanks.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from our studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. We'll be back here again Friday for our Week in Review show. If you're just tuning in, I'm speaking with glass artist Josh Simpson about his NASA research grant to explore making glass habitats on the moon. He also has a retrospective now on view at the Sandwich Glass Museum through the end of this month. So if you're here at the library watching on our monitors, or if you're streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel, we're going to put up some images now of what Josh has been talking about, and you can walk us through a little bit of this.
Sure.
And I want to ask you this as you come into this project not as a scientist but as an artist, and you were talking about being selected among MIT and other very prestigious universities, but I think that they want your artistic vision, as we'll see in some of these illustrations of the habitats on the move. This is one of your glass planets. But
the funny thing is that I've spent more than 50 years as a glass artist, and not as a glass scientist, but if anything, I'm a glass alchemist. I've spent my life trying to figure out how to make beautiful colors and how to make glasses that are reactive and bright and beautiful to look at. So the slides that are up are pieces that I call planets. You have to imagine that you're an astronaut coming into orbit around a little world, perhaps teeming with life, with great, huge blue oceans and constructions on the surface.
And we should point out you have a little bit even more insight into that because of your wife, retired astronaut Katie Coleman.
That's true. I was making planets before we met, but my wife for 24 years was, and she's now retired, but was a NASA astronaut. And so these are photographs. This is Harrison Schmitt, a photo taken by Gene Cernan on Apollo 17. He has a rake that he was collecting samples of rocks and soil samples that were brought back. Those soil samples are literally national treasure, but they have been incredibly well analyzed. And so it's that soil, or the same exact formula, chemically formula, as the soil on the moon that I was using to make lunar glass. And so the idea was that my partner and I, Martin Bermudez, designed a sphere, not small. These are huge, potentially hundreds of feet in diameter, that people could live in, that would protect astronauts from the elements, from the vacuum of space, from the wide temperature swings that are on the moon.
So would this be, we're looking at one of the images now, would this be the equivalent of a space station, or beyond that?
In effect, yeah, it would be a habitat constructed on the moon using the materials that are on the moon, melting lunar regolith to make a glass structure. And this is a very fanciful idea, but for me, what I had to do was take this material that is this dusty material that has silica, alumina, iron oxide, magnesium, calcium, titanium, and iron, and try to melt it. So I have a little furnace, and I mix those things together, and I could melt a liquid glass that I could then take a blowpipe, one of my hollow tubes, and literally dip into that glass and gather glass on the end of my pipe and inflate it to make a bubble. And that was my goal for the summer, to try to make a sphere maybe about the size of a basketball.
And just before the break, you were saying you did it much more quickly than you anticipated in only about 20-something tries. So what becomes the next step?
Well, I literally thought it would take hundreds of attempts to do this, but it seemed to work out. Actually, the next steps are to refine that glass, because right now, if we want to go back to the moon, well, imagine this. If you had to carry a 100-pound sack up to your attic, wouldn't it be better to carry 25 pounds with you and use materials that are in the attic?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the idea is I'd like to try to use less and less flux. And I'm also working with some folks at Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland to figure out the hardness and the structural capacities of this glass, and to see what would happen if it were hit by a micrometeorite or something like that. So there's still a lot of testing to do.
Now, it's this grant that's come from NASA. Are they checking in with you?
Is there
a time? Yes. They want to see your homework. They want to see the results.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago or actually now 3 weeks ago in Philadelphia, we had to give a preliminary report, and it was amazingly well received. People loved it, and at that meeting, of all the NIAC, the Innovative Concepts people who had gotten grants, we met this cadre of semi-crazy folks who are thinking about things that could be real 20 or 40 or 50 years from now. And a lot of them came forth and said they'd like to help us, and which is really cool. And so we have people who are actual glass scientists, and Just last week, I was out in Corning, New York, speaking with Corning about the potential to get them involved because they really know what they're doing.
So this is moving. Well, I wonder about applications here on Earth. Has it revealed anything to you about this practice that you have been doing for more than 50 years now?
Well, glass on the Earth is pretty well understood. We use glass in so many ways. I bet we're talking right now over fiber optic cables.
We are.
And the windows in buildings and solar panels and a million ways. What was unique about this lunar project is that we've got this material that we didn't. On Earth, you can mine very pure silica. You can mine very pure materials or manufacture very pure materials to use to make specialty glasses. But on the moon, we've got what you can dig up. And maybe someday there'll be a manufacturing facility there. But when we first arrive, we have to make do with what we've got. And so the great challenge with this was to make a glass that could be used. It'll actually be a dark green color because there's so much iron in the actual lunar soil. Did you know the reason that Coke bottles, old Coke bottles, are green is because they use sand that had iron in it. And that iron creates a greenish color. But it's too much trouble to take the iron out. And so our first lunar habitats will have a greenish cast to them.
How is this, we're almost out of time, but final question is, how has this shifted your understanding of what the moon now represents to us? There is more excitement. You also alluded to the last segment about the mission that's going to be going to Mars very shortly. And it'll be a great moment for this planet to see this happen again. But now you're invested in it as well.
Well, we're actually thinking about Mars also, although the Martian soil is probably only 35% silica, so it would present a different problem set.
Well, Josh Simpson, this is fascinating. Thank you so much for being here today and for sharing this with us.
Thank you.
They're gorgeous images, just like your art itself. Always great to see you.
Thanks so much.
Josh Simpson is an acclaimed glass artist and recipient of a NASA research grant. His latest book is 50 Years of Visionary Glass, and his retrospective of the same name is on view right now at the Sandwich Glass Museum through October. Again, thank you. Coming up, artist Patrick Martinez. His work transforms the language of a city, its streets, into reflections on community, visibility, and what we value. And it's now lighting up downtown Boston. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Burton's Grill and Bar, serving weekend brunch with dishes like cast iron French toast, chicken and waffles, and short rib hash. A gluten-free menu is available, with 8 locations in Greater Boston. burtonsgrill.com. And Neville Place Assisted Living in Cambridge, providing residents with a range of services designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. More at nevilleplace.org/care. And MIT Sloan Executive Education. You can advance your career with 2 to 3 day courses designed for professionals. Topics include leadership, innovation, and strategic management. Learn more at executive.mit.edu.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. Happy 125th birthday to Symphony Hall. It was on this date, October 15th, 1900, that Boston Symphony Hall opened its doors to the public. It was a project that was many years and hundreds of thousands of dollars in the making and would be the new home for the Boston Symphony Orchestra. It is, to this day, one of the world's greatest concert halls. The list of reserved seats is the stuff of legend. There was Coolidge, Thorndike, Sturrow, and Lodge, as in Henry Cabot Lodge, among many, many more. And then there was Isabella Stewart Gardner, who paid a then record-breaking $1,120 for her seat. The New York Times wrote that it was the most important audience ever assembled in Boston, and the BSO shined in all its glory. And speaking of music, there's a lot of Rocktober happenings tonight. For instance, Modest Mouse and Built to Spill are at the MGM Music Hall. Gigi Perez is at the House of Blues. Disclosure is at Roadrunner. Other performers include Benny the Butcher at Big Night Live. Destin Conrad is at the Paradise tonight, and T. Grizzly is at Brighton Music Hall. Finally, it's Women's Week in Provincetown. It's an annual celebration that highlights the contributions of women in music and the arts. Events are designed to provide entertainment, enlightenment, and inspiration. For a complete schedule, go to womensweekprovincetown.com. That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Wednesday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with your friend and mine, Jared Bowen.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from our GBH studio and streaming online at the GBH News YouTube channel. Artist Patrick Martinez looks at cities the way a storyteller might, noticing the details most of us pass by. In his native city, Los Angeles, that means the neon signs lighting up corner stores and pawn shops, the hand-painted lettering on storefronts, and the cracked stucco walls tagged with graffiti that mark the lived life of a neighborhood. He takes those familiar textures and reimagines them as art, works that reflect both the beauty and the hardship of city life. Now for the Boston Public Art Triennial, Martinez brings that perspective to a new project called Cost of Living. Working with Break Time, an organization that supports young adults experiencing homelessness, he's created a series of neon signs. They look like storefront advertisements, but their messages, phrases like people over property, tell a different story, one about struggle, empathy, and being seen. Patrick Martinez joins us along with Culture Show contributor Pedro Alonso, an independent curator and the Triennial's artistic director. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. Well, Patrick, let me start with you. And there was a Boston Public Art Triennial theme of exchange this year in terms of artists coming to this city and getting to know the city and getting to know its people, having conversations, and work sprang out of that. I know we see the words that sprang out with you. What were the conversations you began having or that you wanted to have when you came here?
Well, working with Break Time, we were thinking about engaging with the public in terms of, the unhoused and some of the economic violence that goes unseen in cities like, Boston, and me coming from Los Angeles. I know, it's one of the most expensive cities to be in the U.S. So engaging with the public and having these conversations that people don't want to have in a visual form. With neon, it's very graphic and direct, and we wanted to kind of bring that messaging in places and spaces that, you might not see art in. You're just kind of walking on your daily route to work, and kind of stop you and jar you with some of these questions that were kind of brought up with the young adults at Break Time.
And when you say people, the conversations people don't want to have, what's your impression in that? You're talking general population?
Yeah, I mean, just, the unhoused, it's a very difficult and complex kind of a conversation to kind of, especially in a visual format like in art, to kind of like tackle. And it's kind of, I think that, there are times where it comes up and, people just kind of want to brush it under the rug, but it's everyone's connected to it in some way. So people don't. It's difficult to have that conversation because people don't want to see themselves in that situation, even though that it's possible to be in that situation. Everyone can be, kind of affected by that.
Pedro, what drew you to Patrick's work? I would assume maybe you saw him first and you saw the work and him himself in Los Angeles, and it resonated with you?
Yeah, I was going to LA, and I wanted to see, new artists, people I hadn't met before. I often fall into the habit of visiting the same artist over and over again, which is actually what happens with Patrick. I visit him every time I go to LA. But before I met him, I called someone, a young person, RJ Rushmore, and I asked RJ, hey, who should I see in LA? And he said, well, of course you're going to see Patrick Martinez. And I said, oh, yeah, for sure. So I looked him up, and I realized, okay. So I went to see Patrick Martinez, and I really liked the work. This was, 10 years ago, maybe? Yeah, maybe a little more. And liked the work. We started talking, and I started going and really got to know him and his various bodies of work, his painting, the neon as well. And I liked, the work is aesthetically, it's very beautiful, it's very interesting, but I was really drawn to the ideas of hybridization and resiliency that are in the work and how they manifest through visual metaphors of pre-Hispanic murals, for example, in Cacaxtla. The bougainvillea is a sign of resiliency because it's like a weed that grows everywhere. But in the neons, there is Patrick either tends to quote famous people. My favorite one is Helen Keller. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. And but also the ones that he makes up. So Patrick will create his own phrases based on living in LA and kind of thinking about hybridity and how the mix of cultures. And that I thought was very impactful. So I always thought, like, it would be really cool to have him, talk to people and derive a series of neons and phrases based on input from an external source. And the Triennial provided that opportunity.
So if you're streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel, we'll show some of the images of Patrick's work right now, which I saw up close myself this weekend. Let me read a couple of them. Again, these are neon signs. One says, or one reads rather, they got money for wars but can't house the poor. One paycheck away from being homeless. Where did that actual language come from?
Some of it came from the young adults at break time directly, and I kind of conflate or combined elements that you see in Los Angeles, like signage and vocabulary, already existing vocabulary, combining real estate sign, neon signs, kind of this kind of generic home with text inside of it to read. Homelessness is generational, something one of the young adults at break time had mentioned, because he was experienced his family, his mother and his father being unhoused, and he was now unhoused. So combining elements that are already existing and familiar to the passerby with language that was provided by break time. Some of it is just riffs off of poetry, lyrics, rap lyrics from Tupac Shakur. So it's kind of like there was some that the young adults at break time kind of composed, and some I kind of came up with myself, changing some things and kind of representing it.
We just have a couple seconds left for the break, but I was wondering what that composition of language is like for you, because of course there has to be, or I guess there doesn't have to be economy, but you're aiming for economy, especially in the context of a neon sign. But taking the inspirations you just mentioned, also from the interviews, and then as the artist yourself, working with these words, how do you describe that process for yourself?
It's kind of like painting a landscape and just kind of paying attention to surroundings, experience, taking things in. It's the energy and the temperature of the country, the city, your friends, your family, and you put some of those frustrations in some of the work. You put some of those beautiful kind of thoughts into the work. You put all of it into the work. So, some of it is personal, where I'm working with the folks at break time, but also thinking about my family members that are going through some of the same things.
We're going to take a quick break as we're in this midst of our NPR pledge drive. I'm speaking with artist Patrick Martinez, an LA-based mixed media artist whose series Cost of Living is part of the Boston Public Art Triennial, and Pedro Alonso, Culture Show contributor and the Triennial's artistic director. The conversation continues on the Culture Show. Stay with us.
Yes, indeed. It is membership drive time here on GBH. I am Culture Show co-host Edgar B. Herwick III, taking just a moment to ask you to be a part of what it is that we do. And helping me in this journey right now is the one and only Henry in the Hub Santoro.
Thank you so much, EBH on GBH. Support GBH right now at $10 a month. We will thank you with the new GBH 89.7 tote bag. The new tote features the statement, "Public radio is a beacon of the free press," along with a purple and yellow style lantern that pops out against the natural cotton tote. They were likening it to Paul Revere's Land, and one if I land, two if I see. We get this tote bag. You'll be one tote over the line. Sign up as a sustaining member to GBH at $10 a month. You can also give $120 all at once and ask for the tote. It's brand new. You haven't even seen this yet, unless you went to gbhnews.org, where you can see a picture of it now. You can give online at gbhnews.org. Just click the donate button there, or call 888-897-9424. Someone will help you there as well.
You know, Henry, I sort of feel like, people might think that we've gotten all we can get out of the tote bag. There's no more innovating to do in the tote bag space. But yet, public broadcasting has always got your back. We will continue to innovate in the tote space for as long as we exist, because we love to thank you for those contributions. NPR, GBH, we exist because of listener support. And your support, quite frankly, has never been more important than it is right now, since the White House and Congress has clawed back our federal funding. Now, that money had been appropriated to fund public media through fiscal year 2027. That's gone. It's no longer coming our way. And so the only way to secure our future is to get as many people as possible into the tent supporting the station. And that's whether you've supported us in the past, whether you're currently supporting us, or whether you're one of those listeners who listens all the time and thinks to yourself every time you hear one of these membership drives, you think, one of these times I really should, give some money. Well, this is the time. Now it's important. Now is the time to do it. Help us meet the moment by making that contribution in any amount, or make an additional gift. Every bit helps. You can do that right now with a simple phone call. 888-897-9424 is the number. Or, as Henry said, if you want to take a look at the latest, greatest new tote bag, you can do that online and make a contribution at gbhnews.org.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. If you're just tuning in, I'm joined by Culture Show contributor Pedro Alonso, an independent curator and artistic director for the Boston Public Art Triennial. Also with me is mixed media artist Patrick Martinez, whose installation titled Cost of Living is on view as part of the Triennial. Well, right before the break, Patrick, you were talking about taking the temperature of a community. Pedro kind of took the temperature, and we had a long conversation about your work, because for a while there weren't a lot of businesses who were willing to step up, or places, I should say, businesses among them, who weren't willing to step up to feature your artwork.
The temperature was cold.
Yeah. So, Patrick, you're trying to share this message, you're trying to show the city itself, and then this happens. Your work is up now, we should say. Yeah. I don't even know if all of it is up, that it's supposed to be up, but how did you respond to that moment when you couldn't get it placed?
It's familiar, it's kind of, I'm kind of not used to it. It's just, it's not, one of those things that I'm not, it's like shocking. It's tough language. It's the it's hard to have that conversation. So I almost kind of expected it, but didn't tell Pedro. It was just kind of like one of those things. Like, yeah, especially when you're talking about semi-permanent, or it's not a permanent installation, but it will be in window storefronts. So there's a lot of there's going to be I'm in my mind there'd be a little bit of pushback there.
Well, I have to ask, I'm so curious, because the language is fact.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't personally think it was incendiary. It's certainly not foul language that people could find it on those grounds. From both of you, what do you think was so complicated about that?
Well, I think facts are really hard to accept. I mean, look at the world we're living in. I mean, facts are questioned all the time, and we're constantly being confronted with outright lies by, the leader of this country, and across the planet. I mean, I think, the sad thing about facts, which we've learned, particularly now with social media, is that they are very vulnerable to misinformation. So I think it's very important to repeat the facts and confront the public with facts and ideas that are important, but to do it in a convincing, compelling way. And I think this is one of the things that you did so beautifully, Patrick, was to speak with a group of people that are afflicted, that are dealing with being unhoused, and then through your creative process, turn it into something that is compelling, meaningful, and visually arresting. I mean, you don't have to go very far from here. You can walk to the corner of Boylston and Dartmouth and see the sign that says "No one deserves to be unhoused" in the portico of the Old South Church.
Of a church, which I think is very significant.
And below the sign, below the neon sign, there's a sign that says, "God loves trans people too." That was actually what made me think of churches, actually, to place this work. And by the way, Patrick, thank you for not telling me that I thought this would be hard to find place. But I actually didn't think it would be this difficult. But I just think we went about it the wrong way. We went about it and we talked to big property owners with lots of property and lots of considerations and lots of things to worry about. We really should have been looking at the renters, the end users, which is in the end what we ended up doing, and people who control the building, right? Not an empty storefront. And I think it has worked out really well because the churches and your message, Patrick's message, are aligned, right? There's a shared mission here. And when in seeing the signs and the rainbow flags, the churches here are clearly sending messages to the public about equality and inclusivity and being inclusive. And I thought, well, these are our partners. Now, this is complicated for me because I grew up in Mexico, where the church is actually the bastion of conservatism, and they're the ones that are telling you everything you can't do, right? And it was pretty harsh. My mother's very religious, so it was something that was, the church was, propriety. So to work with a church, to have some kind of message that is, challenging, is fascinating.
Well, Patrick, what becomes the response once the temperature comes down, if it's not already starting to get cold, it rises up again, and the temperature comes down, and people really allow the message to penetrate, and they absorb what it means, what's behind it, maybe understand more of what you've done, that it actually comes from conversations you've had from people in the city who feel this way. Mm-hmm. What's the impact you see take place?
I don't know. I mean, it's probably a mixture of things. I mean, some people look at it as an extension, just a continued extension of the work that I'm doing in Los Angeles and other places. Some people actually take it in and they have stories of their own, right? They've been affected, and family members becoming affected by, this kind of subtle violence, economic violence, and it's kind of a mixed bag of things. I assume, people seeing themselves maybe in a situation that can be that, some of the things that we're reading.
One thing I haven't asked you about yet is the neon. Mm-hmm. And I think everybody has an association with neon of some sort. For you, what does it represent to put these words in the context of signs that you would normally associate with some kind of storefront or business?
I think there's kind of an art historic kind of connection, right? Like there's a through line that I'm proud of, I guess, with using it, but also there's that layer, and then also just kind of keeping that. In Los Angeles, there's not a lot of people doing neon anymore, right? It's cheaper to do LED signs and printed signs, so keeping that kind of craft alive. speaking, neon is very seductive, and it's people have their own experiences with it. Growing up, people have told me that it's forbidden. In some cases it was supposed to be that thing you weren't supposed to attend. It was either like a psychic shop or, something like that, where it's just kind of
strip clubs,
all kinds of
neon
things,
signs.
liquor stores, alcohol.
The Pussycat Theater in
Yeah.
LA, which was the X-rated films, I remember as a kid, they all had neon.
Yeah. So it just kind of, it's totally like loaded with layers and layers of things that I kind of think about at times, but just also keeping that in mind, and just like when I operate and compose something, I'm thinking about what I can do with it that hasn't been said before. I'm not trying to be the seductive, I'm trying to be direct with this. So how can that go? Or I can incorporate messaging or iconography in already existing kind of neons around the city for more of a gentle kind of delivery. How can I do that? I'll tap a flower shop, or in some of these cases I'm thinking about lock and key, and like using a key for a home, or a locksmith kind of icon. So I'm thinking about all these things, and how it hasn't been used.
And a great extension from street art and graffiti, as we were mentioning in the introduction, that it has this evolution and still continues to pack a punch.
Yeah. And you were saying about people's reaction to it. When we installed the first two in Franklin Street, a man walked by who could have been homeless. He kind of had that aspect. And it says, one of the signs says affordable housing now. And that guy, just his face lit up, and he started looking around like, wait, these people are talking to me. And he wanted to go into the building. He was trying to figure out what is this. So I think one aspect is that people who are struggling with this are being spoken to, are feeling acknowledged and seen, which is very important. But also in a very different context, in Back Bay, on the corner of Berkeley and Marlborough, where the First Church of Boston is located, where we have 5 signs, people have walked by and they take pictures, and you can see they're like, what is this? Why is this here? What, this bewilderment. So it is, I have seen the reaction, and people are definitely impacted in different ways.
Well, it certainly stopped me when I saw it this weekend too, and I hadn't even been aware that I was coming upon it. Congratulations on the work. I know how difficult it was, but I'm glad it has finally made it onto the buildings. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks. Thank you, Jared.
Pedro Alonso is the artistic director of the Boston Public Art Triennial, which is on view through October 31st. Patrick Martinez is among the featured artists with his installation Cost of Living, which you can find in parts of downtown Boston and Cambridge. To learn more, go to thetriennial.org. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for actor Donnie Wahlberg on the premiere of Boston Blue, and comedian Hari Kondabolu. And a reminder, next Wednesday, our next Wednesday watch party is on November 5th. Join us here at our BPL studio or call in. Callie, Edgar, and I will be asking you about the 1985 classic Back to the Future, and that's very significant because November 5th is the day that Doc Brown invented the flux capacitor, so we'll have that anniversary. Thanks today to Culture Show intern Avery Morin, Henry Santoro for curating our Wednesday Culture Cast. Today's engineer is Bill Piaccitelli. The BPL technical and logistics crew is Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Chris Hanks, Pat Lally, and Olivia Corshio. Thanks to the Newsfeed Cafe. Thank you to everyone who came down to be here and see the show with us today. We appreciate you. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH is now primarily funded by listeners and